A lot of shit in here. Have you tried asking your computer now? Shut up, Leamington. Freaking chat's asking me. It's so much gayness.
All right, we had a hot mic moment there apparently for a second, which will
No, we did not.
be the only hot mic moment that we're going to cover this evening. We've got a couple of... we do have specifically another hot mic moment, but we've got some other fun things to look at first. And then, yeah, big happenings...
Boomer Jim moment.
Boomer Jim. Okay. Big things happening in politics, both in the U.S. and the U.K. Obviously, Trump was found guilty on 34 counts. You know, don't, as Spoon found out, you don't look up Donald Trump Rule 34.
I will put a picture of Melanie on the screen just for that.
Okay. Well, you're getting some clapback, aren't you, for people calling you a simp because you just... What did you even say? I didn't watch that video. You just posted the picture of her with a bunny.
I said, she says the F slur and she likes a bunny. If she was a monarchist, she'd be a female equivalent of me. And apparently this means I'm simming. I'm like, what? Where was the compliment even? It's saying that if she had one more feature, she would be a male equivalent of me, or a female version of me.
Oh, you know why they thought that was a compliment? Is because you're a narcissist.
But that says more about me than her.
True.
Which is a bit weird. I didn't quite... Because people said I put on a pedestal, but... What?
Yeah, I don't get it.
It was very strange.
I don't get it. Anyway,
therefore I had to clap people.
The big... some other big news. Fauci, of course, is undergoing some hearings because, and it turns out,
he made
his methodology. His methodology is very advanced scientific methodology. It's called "I made
pulling it out of my ass."
F up, yes. He got roasted by Marjorie Taylor Greene and basically everybody. And then in UK politics, of course, we've got the return of Nigel Farage at the 11th hour to step in and look, Labour's gonna sweep. Right? I mean, I think that's unquestionable. But
I mean, if we're gonna go for the 0 seats thing,
this I think helps. Yeah.
Yes, this does actually help with that because a bunch of people are like, oh my goodness. Yes, people didn't know that I like bunnies. It's very unusual because people just think Spoon is an egomaniacal asshole who hates every living thing, and then he likes these tiny, adorable, fuzzy things called bunnies. I mean, yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, everyone likes.
Because bunnies are adorable. It's like, no,
getting into the UK politics stuff, I think it is. It's a good thing. AA said that he thinks he's going to vote for Farage as part of the 0 seat thing because they aren't. I mean, just as long as you don't vote Conservative, it's fine. And maybe they Reform picks up a few seats, and that's preferable over the Tories. So okay, but it's nice to see Nige back and making people seethe and throw things at him. And then, of course, the most important news of all is that we are once again, lads and ladies, and probably almost entirely lads in the audience, if I'm being completely honest. It is again the gay month. Aren't you excited, Spoon? Aren't you prideful? This is also my birth month. It's my birthday in 3 days, and I don't like that June has just become the gay month. But oh well. It is what it is.
How is it that we have a Veterans Day, but we have a Pride Month?
Well, they're certainly telling you what they find to be more important.
What? Where you place your penis?
Yes.
Basically a fleshy glory hole with less personality.
Damn, son.
Yeah, there we go.
Speaking of, here's Anna Kasparian. Just kidding. Actually, this is pretty based on Anna's part. This was, every once in a while,
this is very snarky.
Every once in a while, it's like there's someone who is relatively okay and understands politics a little bit better than she pretends to.
2016 never ends, goddamn,
brain dead that exists within the shell of Anna Kasparian, but she can't. It occasionally will escape like a ghost. You know what I mean? And you just get moments like this. They are few and far between, and I find Anna to generally be a kind of a repulsive person, but sometimes she does stuff that I like this. So they're talking about this actress, Maya Hawke, says she's comfortable being a Nepo baby. Here we go.
And I have a specific example of someone that worked here that has said something very similar to her.
Oh, interesting. Okay, It can't be your nephew because he has no self-awareness. But anyway, let me continue with the rest of her statement. I saw two paths when I...
Oof, that is a nice shot. How does he have like Goku eyebrows? God.
I don't know what DOS filter is, but apparently you can use code nephew for 20% off, whatever that is.
The thing is with Anna, she's not someone that qualifies that I can fix her. I don't actually think she's anything wrong. I just think she needs to be freed. Because she has moments.
Are you saying you can save her?
No, I just want to unlock the door. Because she in the last 3 years, there was a moment where she had a go at every sacred cow that left within a space of 6 months. I mean, she was retweeting Jordan Peterson and all these people. I'm thinking,
yeah,
you clearly have sanity in you, but something around you, probably that fat ass of a boss.
Because she's a leftist, and she's going to experience cognitive dissonance whenever you do stuff like that.
I don't think she's a leftist.
No,
I think
but she has spent.
I think she likes the idea of it, and then the more it affects her, the more she lashes at it.
And she spent her whole life
simping for it, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's gonna create dissonance.
Yes, but when she snaps, it's like, oh my goodness, woman! You actually hate everything about this ideology once it actually comes to fruition. It's like, my goodness, just I know for her to go, oh my God, I've unleashed hell and I hate everything. It's like what Scrum said is the leftists have won and they hate their creations. Yeah, it's like that.
Yeah, it is.
And with her, I just want her to go, can you just let go of this hellish Frankenstein that you've made? Because clearly you hate it, and we can all see that you hate it. And if you were just to say, oh God, this is hell, people might actually somewhat respect you, because I have seen her do journalistic work where I just went, she's got sense. She actually can be a competent journalist, just not a TYT.
Yeah,
if she were to fly solo, she would be all right.
I've been wondering if she's going to do that. I mean,
if she did, no
but...
one would be surprised. Everyone would probably go, "What took you so long?" Because I guarantee you, there's people who are betting right now that she would leave. I imagine if she did, Jimmy Dore would probably tell her that we fucking knew this day would come at some point.
Yeah. However, that was excellent. That made my day. It was something that made my day recently as well. This is we're going to start out with some.
Does this knock?
Start out with some sort of news I didn't know where to put anywhere. White pill. Some of them are pretty white pilled. Yeah, I'd say so.
Some of them are just based shit.
Some of them are just kind of funny. But this is extremely white pilled. For those of you who did not see, Siobhan had pneumonia, had a baby. Fucking congratulations. That's awesome for them. I hadn't heard anything from Shu in forever. She'd been posting videos, but she hasn't been on Twitter since February. I
like the way that she censored the face of the baby. Well done.
Yes, I agree. Well done to censor his face. I agree with that. But congratulations.
It actually makes the pictures look kind of adorable.
It is adorable.
It's quite funny.
That's heckin' wholesome. Okay, it's I think that's excellent.
Am I allowed to say that this is cute without someone accusing me of simping? And yes, I will bully the crap out of my audience for that crap.
It is objectively cute, and it's not simping. It's not simping at all. This is,
Hold on, I want to pull up the. I'll show you the picture of Melanie that I had up.
Oh, you're gonna post. Oh, you're gonna be like I.
No, I can't post it.
Okay.
I just sent the picture to you. Where the hell was it? Oh, here it is.
Oh, and as for the last stream, Noga, I have to edit it because I got so mad at that Praise of Shadows guy. I may have said a couple of words that I shouldn't have said. And then also the soft A got dropped. Bill said some pretty crazy things, but the real problem was Spoon kind of doxed himself a little bit or put some personal information on the screen. I don't know what you actually put, and I've been not feeling well, so I haven't had time to get to it to edit it. But I will go through and try to edit those parts out. Unfortunately, it's a lot of the stream. People got pretty damn
it's only like
mad.
the last half an hour, so.
No, but I legitimately, like, when that Praise of Shadows guy, he made it was against my will that a slur came out of my mouth. And then I was like, I should probably remove that, you know. And you all can guess what the slur was if you've seen that in Praise of Shadows guy. You can guess what it was. Yeah, it's a word for that.
Fruity homosexuals.
Yeah, sure, fruity.
Fagios.
So this story is, we've gotten into an argument. We've gotten into a few arguments about things, and we have talked about this on air, and I've gotten into a bit of an argument with the chat, which I shouldn't do, but we've argued about this in the past, which is that I hate bureaucracy, and I've had really, really bad experiences with the DMV.
We're monarchists, of course we hate bureaucracy. It's one of the reasons why we're monarchists. Is to limit
yes, but I'm specifically about the DMV, right? Where I thought my license got revoked over unpaid parking tickets, and you were like, okay, based. I'm like, fine, okay. And then I spent years trying to pay the DMV to because they're like, here's how much money you have to pay to have your license reinstated. Because I didn't do anything like, I mean, yeah, it's illegal to not pay your parking tickets, I guess, but it's not like I was like, I got a DUI, big B, or anything like that, right? You know, I was over freaking unpaid parking tickets. They took my license away. It took me years, and even after it, I have repaid the Ohio BMV, I think, and it's a significant chunk of change. It's like $200. I have paid them that $200, I think, 5 times over, which means I've paid the BMV about $1,000 to just please give me can I please have my license back now, or unrestricted. And I've had people tell me, well, you're making that up. There's no way that could be real. It's real, and it happens all the time in this very, this video went viral. I think that the original video is in here, is it not? I'll go find it then real quick. Because that is the update to the story, but, let's see. Yeah. Man, it was all over Twitter. Watch now, I'm not gonna be able to find it because I'm an idiot.
I was getting rum. Why is the rum gone?
This wasn't about the DMV. This is the court, right?
Rum.
Okay, judge. Find it over here. What's the? Oh, wait, let me find this guy's. Oh yeah, but this guy's name, Corey Harris. Here we go. What am I doing? That'll find it. Because I want to just find the video. Because it is funny. When you don't really know. Well, it's funny at first. It's not funny, I think, in retrospect.
What are we looking at?
With it. I'm trying to find the video. Here it is. Because I thought it would be in this article, but it's not. This is the update. Here we go. So, defendant appeared for his court hearing from behind the wheel of the car. Yeah.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's
Will be in charge with driving on a suspended license.
office. Actually, so just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
He does actually have a license.
Wait.
Don't bury the lead.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And he was just driving. And he didn't have a license.
Oh, I mean his face, but you'll understand. Like, if that really were the case, yeah, you can see why this is hilarious.
That is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at
Yes.
his record. He doesn't have a license. he's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Ugh. Awkward.
What just happened?
Okay, if you don't understand, he's supposed to be showing up to court virtually for and what I'm guessing he doesn't. We'll read the article, but he didn't know why he was supposed to show up to court, and it was for something else other than driving on a suspended license. So he's showing up to court. We'll read. There's some other details about this that make it even more insidious, and then they're just gonna put him in jail over this because it's like, well, you're here in court for driving on a suspended license, and you show up to court while driving on a suspended license. So, I mean, look at his face though. Oh, bro. Yeah, you're cooked.
Hello?
1 minute, Mr. Harris.
So, but here's the so yes, this is hilarious, right? But here's the thing.
You have 441 notifications on YouTube?
Probably.
Jesus Christ.
Here's the thing,
woman.
though. He didn't have a license. He didn't have a suspended license, or at least he wasn't supposed to. Let's look at this article. This is bureaucracy in action. Yes, made manifest. Corey Harris, a 44-year-old Michigan man who went viral, a May 15 virtual court hearing, had the suspension on his license lifted in 2022. But here's the thing. The DMV never bothered to update their records. Internet and media outlets were quick to judgment after video of Corey Harris court. I mean, it is funny, like, obviously. Court hearing went viral, but records show a judge ordered Harris' license reinstated in 2022. Michigan man who went viral after the judge noticed him driving while he attended a virtual Zoom court hearing with a suspended license is being vindicated by an apparent clerical... Oh, a clerical error, is it? My dude ended up spending 2 nights in jail over this. Oh, I hope he sues.
I was going to say, can he sue the state?
Yeah, he should sue the state, and I hope he takes them for a ride. Corey Harris, 44, and wait again, just
I mean,
wait.
I took him for a ride, so yeah.
So gross, this whole thing. 44 attended the virtual, although it is also funny, attended the virtual hearing on May 15th for charges related to an October traffic stop in Pittsfield Township, Michigan. A clip from the hearing spread like wildfire across the internet last week, with many in disbelief that Harris would drive with a suspended license right in front of the judge. After noticing what Harris was doing, Judge Simpson revoked his bond and ordered him to turn himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. that day. What Simpson and no one in the courtroom apparently knew was that another judge had rescinded Harris's license suspension in January 2022, according to the Saginaw County court records obtained by USA Today on Monday. Harris's license had been suspended due to a now settled child support case with Saginaw County, friend of the court, before it was ordered reinstated, court records show. The reason Simpson and no one in the court knew about the reinstatement is because the Michigan Security of State's office never received a clearance from the Saginaw County friend of the court, reported WXYZ-TV, which was the first outlet to track down the clerical error in the court records. Again, it took me years paying the BMV over and over and over again, and they're like, well, we can't find your money. We can't find any evidence that you paid it. Even when I had receipts, literal receipts, they're like, well, we don't have that receipt. You must have made it up. This happens every day, this kind of shit, right? Without clearance, the lift on Harris's license never officially went into effect. USA Today contacted the Michigan Security of State's office in Simpson's chambers, but did not receive a response. The Waukesha County Public Defender's Office. What?
No, they're going to say there was beeping noises. They're lying.
Was there a beeping noise?
There was no beeping noise.
I didn't hear it.
You heard no burping noise. Beeping, burping, I made them drinking.
So yeah, I don't know why you would do that. But here's what happened. They interviewed him, asking what was going through his mind in the now viral clip. What was I thinking? I was thinking about getting my wife medical help. That's what I was thinking. And I guess maybe it's not in this article, but this is just like the first one I found. Of course, it's shit. He was driving his wife, who I think has cancer. Yeah, his wife has cancer. He was driving her to the oncologist. By the way. So...
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know if it's in here either, but that's what I believe that the circumstances were. So, and he doesn't know he has a suspended license because Well, I guess he doesn't know. I mean,
Well, how would he know? Like, it was a clerical error, so
yeah.
very weird.
I just, well, I guess he didn't know that his license wasn't suspended, in which case he is still the idiot here, but it's still...
Well, how's it his fault? He doesn't know.
But, yeah, well, if he thought his license was
unfair to call
suspended,
him
but I
an
guess it's
idiot.
saying he doesn't know that it was suspended. Or I don't know. Either way, it's very bizarre, and this kind of stuff happens
Okay, so I'm
constantly.
curious. Well, it's 2024, and he said the clerical error was in 2022. Mm-hmm. Okay, so were you driving without one for the better part of almost 2 years?
But he's had a license the whole time.
Yeah, but that's my point. So I'm confused as to why, how the year is confusing me.
Yeah, I don't know. Why would child support lead to a license suspension? No pants, baby? I don't know about that one either. That's also weird. Again, I had my license suspended over parking tickets. So,
What did you just
if
say?
he didn't know it was unsuspended, he was driving without a license. Yeah, you could make that argument legally. Like,
Oh, you
if
said
he did not
parking
know...
tickets. Oh, I thought you said something else.
No. So from his perspective, he was driving without a license, in which case, it is still kind of funny. I mean, like, it's still it's just... this dude did apparently take care of things and thought it was resolved, or I suppose thought it was resolved, the temporary suspended license, but the court didn't bother to update the records, is what it sounds like to me, right?
Yeah.
So, this was
I'm
your
saying, I find
white
this
pill article that
really,
you
really
added to it.
Which one?
The list.
Oh, this is just funny as hell to me.
read
Segregation
this?
is making a comeback, people.
Apparently.
call it,
well, the left
going-
loves it.
going
And
the
they're
full Scott
allowed to,
Adams.
though. Yeah, they're allowed to want to segregate.
Yes, the new white fortress cities of the American South. The push to form of St. George in Louisiana is the latest example of residents from whiter, wealthier enclaves depleting
not heard this story
resources
before, Spin?
from their surrounding communities. Well, no, because
This has
it
been going on for a while.
was June
yeah.
the 4th.
Well, this article is, but yeah, this particular story with this.
Yeah, it was the previous one a couple of weeks ago. The city that decided to secede because there
Yeah.
was too many.
Well, no, the people who live in this particular area, they are being economically punished because of certain other residents who live in a certain part of the county, and they want to be segregated from them so that
They don't want to go near
let's
blacks
to the
because
article,
blacks
yeah.
destroy the place. Aiden
Yeah.
would be nice. I don't give a crap about being nice. I'll just say the friggin'
I mean,
truth.
but that is the
Because we all know
reality.
that it is blacks. Everyone wants to not live near blacks, including other black people who
And they're
openly
even-
joke about the fact that once they get money, they get a freaking away from
their
other black
whole-
people.
And the whole argument for this is that no, white people, you can't leave because we need your tax dollars to pay for the portion, the black portion of the population. Essentially, it is the Democrats saying, like, if the white people leave, we can't afford to pay for
Everything.
all the government programs that these people rely on.
Yes. So you're basically saying that you subsidize black behavior.
You want to continue on this?
Yeah, let's see. The Louisiana Supreme Court last month cleared a path for the creation of a new city of St. George after a prolonged legal battle over the feasibility of the city and its implications for tax revenue. St. George, I like the way that's the biggest thing they're worrying about. How can we afford it? Would take place almost 100,000 residents away from the East Baton Rouge parish, and critics say it will deplete the parish of the resources from this wealthier white community. Who fucking cares? As researchers on racial equity, get fucked, you idiots. We have been studying moves like this to create new cities. What we found is this secession perpetuate modern-day segregation based and limit opportunity for left-behind communities. How many years do you want to be left behind? Seriously.
Good question.
Because I don't know if you've noticed this, but in 1990, when segregation ended in South Africa and you had the democratic elections, which destroyed my fucking country,
yeah.
a bunch of white people decided we are going to build our own country, essentially, with our own land, our own currency, right? And they managed to make an entire place absolutely fine, right? And these idiots have had money and able to make something out of themselves for
Wait, what
literally
country are you
decades.
what country are you talking about?
South Africa. What do you mean, Orania?
No, Orania is just a town, though.
No, it's basically its own country. If you have your own
Oh,
currency,
I mean, it functions essentially as its own country, but it is the size of about like a town.
yes, but it has its own currency and it's completely self-sufficient. It doesn't
True.
rely on South Africa.
True.
which makes it kind of base. Let's see, like racial equity, white flight is bad, but also so is gentrification. Like, Jesus.
Well, yes, of course, it's always a contradiction, right?
Yeah.
White flight's bad, but also white people moving into
can I just
cities
point
is
out
bad.
something? And Aiden is probably going to frown on this, but I don't give a crap.
Okay.
If you happen to be an individual who is constantly finding a way to perpetuate victimhood in literally every single situation you find yourself in, do not be surprised if after a while people think you're inferior stock and you just suck.
I mean, it's perpetual in-group victimhood orientation. It's part of their sense of self.
And after all, people, and also, this is the most important thing, white people will suddenly realize we gain absolutely nothing by allowing non-whites into our areas. Nothing. We are objectively the superior people when it comes to civilization building.
It's actually, in this
Yes,
case, it's not even about race. I mean, because they're not saying that, like, black people can't move to St. George. What they're saying is that they
want to segregate from people. It's because there's something about those people that you don't like.
This is purely economical.
Yes, and it's also because they destroy shit.
But yes, but in terms of why they want to make their own county and why they want to be considered a different county,
want to get away from white people.
It's for tax reasons. They don't want to pay for this crap. So, like, there's nothing preventing black people from moving to this new proposed county.
Except the fact that they have no money.
Yeah, there's that, but there's nothing about, like, race that's preventing them.
Only 12% of the proposed new city residents would be black. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Because all the other wealthy ones, like, get the fuck out.
Let's continue, shall we?
Well, nearly half of the remaining population in East Baton Rouge would be African American. Let's see. St. George's demographic are quite different from the parish as it's part of. Only 12% of the proposed new city's residents would be black, while nearly half of the remaining population in East Baton Rouge would be African American. Yeah, there you go. White fortressing, or otherwise as we call it, going a full Scott Adams, and other kinds of opportunity or hoarding concentrate resources such as well-funded public schools.
Opportunity hoarding.
Opportunity hoarding just means
if you're not making money because you're a net drain on society, why should you?
Yeah, you're basically being a net draining on the state.
Yes. Why should you have well-funded schools? You need to fix your own communities. Then you can't.
Access to local revenue and zoning control. Otherwise, get the fuck away from us. Among white communities that are already economically and politically advantaged. Yeah, it's called building it. You absolute morons.
Constrain access to opportunity among people of color.
This is such a weasel shit.
Excuse me, if they've been part of this same county up until now, why are they struggling? Yeah, they've had access to it.
Yeah. Couldn't possibly because we're better people. Couldn't possibly because we have higher intelligence, better mannerisms.
This just doesn't make any sense.
Smarter people. We work harder. We have more going for us. It couldn't possibly be any of these things. No. It is purely because of oppression.
Again,
are you fucking kidding me?
It's the basic question. They've had access to opportunity the entire time that this was one county.
It's totally culture that they couldn't adopt from anybody else, like every other people since the dawn of fucking time.
So why are they struggling so much if they've had access to this opportunity up until now? It's not worked, clearly.
When white communities fortress themselves, they siphon away resources from the larger region. Yeah, it's almost like I don't want my tax dollars going to shit that never actually builds anything, including communities of color. Yeah, case in point. In Louisiana, it is, by the way, I'm going to do a Vietnamese tomorrow, and I am going to put it on Rumble where I can say a whole bunch of shit that I can't say on YouTube. Yeah, I'm going to use a lot of slurs.
All right,
because I don't give a shit.
Good for you, BB.
It is, and thanks for that. It is estimated that St. George's secession would take away $48.3 million in annual tax revenue. Can you imagine what you could do with that if you happen to be white? Oh my God, you could do so much good shit. You can build a moat.
Well,
from East Baton Rouge Parish, nearly 8% of the parish's total tax revenue. Racial segregation has a function, and the unequal allocation of resources. Yeah, the wealthier have more tax to pay. That's how that works.
This whole part is just is Bloomberg just. I skimmed it. It's just them whinging.
Okay, if you say so.
Yeah, here's the
wealth building of people in marginalized. Oh, yeah, fuck off. Marginalized. How are you marginalized? Just because there's less of you.
On their website, they
I got news for you, by the way. There's more black people in South Africa. Why haven't they been able to build anything? You've had the government for 30 years.
Yeah, on their website they state St. George's taxpayers
destroyed the place.
St. George's taxpayers provide 2/3 of the revenue to the East Baton Rouge Parish government, with only 1/3 of that government's expense in return. Incorporating a city would reverse this unjust circumstance to an extent. They also argued they were not getting back in services what they were paying in city taxes. I mean, that's what it says right here. They're not. The government is not providing them with it's all. They've they've taken their resources, of which they are providing the vast majority of, and they're not getting any of it back because all of those resources are being poured into another part of the county, the predominantly black part of the county.
Yes.
So why should you pay for stuff why should you pay the government if the government's not going to? Why should you pay for government services if the government is not going to provide you with them
or make anything beneficial from it? Oh my goodness!
It's just
I've gotten very very based lately. I've read some shit.
I've been feeling quite based lately.
Yes, more so than usual. Like I've seen some shit. Like oh man, like I'm like at this point like I'm basically flirting with sort of justifying slavery. I'm not far away from that. I'm like,
oof,
there's some things that make me go, okay, I'm trying to think of ways I can debunk this that isn't horrible. I'm like, okay, I'm struggling, and that's generally a worry for me, because it isn't just the case. It is a case of if I hear something, and it's objectively bad by political standards, my immediate question is, okay, how can I debunk this by modern regime standards? And my brain is going, I'm having trouble finding a way to debunk this that isn't just true. Because political reality is gay, and actual reality is based on truth, and it gets horribly uncomfortable. Go on.
Well, they're complaining like it's just last month, residents of the wealthy majority white community, Gwinnett County, in the north suburbs just above Atlanta, voted to approve forming the new city of Mulberry, just as the county became majority black. Well, again, they've had the opportunities provided them by other people paying for them.
Yes.
So why do they need to keep paying?
Yeah. Like how many opportunities do you want? How many years? Like you're
for
like,
infinite and for forever.
You're basically just welfare scroungers, let's be real.
Yes.
We know it. And it's basically now it's just a case of white people going, we really don't actually want our tax money going to people that contribute nothing to society. Get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough.
Yeah, I think it is. Proponents of St. George acknowledge on their website that the city's formation will reduce East Baton Rouge parish revenue, but they claim that the parish will not be adversely impacted. I mean, you're going to still keep pumping money into it from someone else is going to pay for it, the state, I guess. I don't know. There's no way to know for sure because there hasn't been a comprehensive analysis of the economic, health, and educational impacts. Someone's going to keep paying for it, I guarantee, which is always the American citizen, but this probably now the state's going to pay for this stuff instead of the county. Or city, you know?
Possibly, yes. Also, someone asked me how far have I been away from it. I've never thought of a way like I should justify slavery. I've never gone that far. It's more just a case of I'm looking at certain demographics and freedom, going like, okay, what happens if we give this group freedom, and what happens when we give other groups freedom? There comes a case of, well, basically you want a civilization to not induce the power of some horrible tyrannical state, whether this be, you know, a communist one, a fascist one, a monarchical one, republic, but basically anything that stops the state from growing is basically what you want. So in order for that state to not exert an exorbitant amount of force, is you need a certain morality of people who know how to behave. And if that is not the case, and you do not have productive people, the state is inevitably going to grow. That is just that's politics 101. So if you happen to have a group of people that don't know how to behave in a civilized manner, the best thing that people will do is please get us away from these people because we don't actually want the state to grow. Yeah,
that's it.
And so
not a glowy. I said it earlier, but I took down the last stream because Spoon accidentally put some personal information on. We also got a little spicy. So I'm going to try to edit it and see if I can put it back up. But I've not been feeling well, so I haven't had time to.
Yeah, I don't like these opinions, by the way. People are just encouraged to say, no, it's like, I'd rather not live in this horrible world where I notice these unfortunate parts of reality. But guess what? Ignoring reality doesn't make it go away. That's the unfortunate people. People just think, oh, look, we're just saying this base shit. Like, no, there's actual problems people don't want to discuss because people think it's, it's not convenient for politics. Like, yeah, but guess what? Not being killed is also rather convenient. I'd rather keep that. So if there's going to be a case of how much are you not allowed to notice and not be racist versus being horribly racist and being saved, I will give me all of the racisms and being some sort of maniac and being safe
and being able to make rational decisions.
Yes.
I'll read the super chats in a bit, but I do want to hit this one real quick. Cole Summers for 5 says they need to defend this by conflating the city with St. George of Floyd just to fuck with these people. Oh yeah, that would be hilarious.
That actually would
be
be
like,
pretty good.
We're naming it after Saint. It's not after St. George, the saint, but it's actually in honor of St. George Floyd. Rest in
by the way, that was
peace.
fucking surreal.
What? All the George Floyd stuff.
Yeah.
Speaking of, well, I guess this isn't really quite surreal, but we're gonna talk about the Trump stuff. But I thought, should we start with some Nige? I did put him in the thumbnail after all. So this was interesting. Obviously, Nigel Farage is back. He had retired, but he's gonna run for reform. And we did cover it. I think we did cover it. Is that they right? But that Sunak called for the election ahead of schedule, which is going to be plays it very oddly close to the U.S. election as well, and it's on July 4th, so we're a month away from it. But
yes, the changing of the guard. It's going to be 0 seats, people.
right. So that's right. What we've been talking about for a while now is that, and
how many
this
of you
was
guys know what
AA's.
the 0 seats thing is?
Yeah, we've joked about it a bit here, but the basic idea, and I think if it wasn't originally AA's idea, then he certainly helped popularize it massively, is just don't vote for Labor or don't vote at all. Just do not vote for the Conservatives because they have done absolutely nothing that they said they were going to do.
Yes.
It is by not voting or voting for Labor, it is essentially a vote of no confidence in the Conservatives. And so,
I mean, they're not conservative.
I mean, it's the Tories, the Conservative Party. So, and I would say, AA said he's going to vote for Farage, and I think that's perfectly fine. A vote for Farage is still a vote, or for reform is still a vote for away from the Tories. So I think this is great. Whatever, whether or not anything ends up happening. Look, Labor's going to sweep either way.
Yeah, it's going to get really bad.
But well, that was kind of part of the idea, right, of 0 seats. Let's make it's a little bit accelerationist, just a little bit accelerationist.
It's very accelerationist.
Okay, maybe it's a lot accelerationist.
Basically, for those of you who don't know, academic agent does not believe in democracy because he is sane and he's. Well, it's just true. Like at this point in time, if you believe in democracy, you're just a fucking lunatic, for God's sake. Or your name's Razorfist. Sorry. I've had several scuffles with him lately over Monarchy because he's gone completely insane with it. It's actually quite funny to. He basically said Monarchy is collectivist.
Yeah.
Which I think is the one thing that people lost him kind of. I think they were somewhat on board with these ideas, but once you said that, a whole bunch of people went.
Well, people are
monarchist, collectivist. Okay, now we're out.
Where are the monarchists? Are they in the room with you right now, Razor? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, again, there's like a dozen of us, dozens, right? All right.
I do like him, but when he said that,
Razor's.
Yeah, no. I mean, like, look, I understand from his perspective. There's like a certain element of, the entire nation of the Americas is founded on the concept of a republic. So for him to like monarchy is essentially like a rebuking of the entire nation's
and he does
myth.
good political analysis,
yes.
and is often right. Hence,
yes.
Fuck you, I was right. But
yes. That one is
just I think that it's because of his sort of and I will call it this Americentrism and by that I don't mean Americentrism in a pejorative, but he is an American looking at politics from a very American perspective.
Yes.
So
he had a very strange perspective, which was just that monarchy is the reason the Bolshevik Revolution happened at all. They funded it and even paid for Lenin's travel. Well, so did Wall Street, my dude. Like, so that's not a that's not a good, And I said to him, because that was his reply to someone saying, yeah, monarchists are definitely the same spectrum as communism, because he actually said that, and I just said to him, okay, so monarchists are apparently funding the shenanigans, and therefore all monarchical government is bad. Like, that is retarded reasoning. That's just stupid.
I'm going to dismiss an entire system of government.
Yes, because I apparently think this particular group funded communism. Like, dude, monarchies existed for literally thousands of years, and their dynasties have lasted for like...
That's weak sauce, Razor.
That's a shitty argument, dude. Like, that's not rational reasoning at all.
Double reminder, AA voted against Brexit,
Yeah, but so the thing with AA is it's quite interesting, because from one perspective of, if let's say hypothetically they do get 0 seats and Labour just gets like a complete control of the state, they don't actually want that, because if they don't do the will of the people, right, it means that democracy doesn't work because they don't give a shit. If they do do the will of the people and people want really stupid shit, it means democracy doesn't work because your population is full of morons.
Yes. It's a fundamental problem with democracy.
Way.
Whether or not, and that is why America is a republic, because the founders were well aware that stupid people vote stupidly. And if you think about how stupid the average person is, remember that half of them are stupider than that.
Yeah.
People also don't vote. Most people, I've just...
Like Leiden said, the founding fathers were violently opposed to democracy.
Yes.
Because they were.
But
Hamilton hated democracy.
He sure did. I've just largely completed... Well, no, I have. I just need to finish the script. I've completed all my research on educationalism. My video on educationalism I've been working on. So the script's mostly done. I just gotta... Bill and I need to go through and put jokes in it so it's sufferable. But it's the same thing. What they found with that is that not the same thing, but it reminded me of it, is that you'd think that, the more educated people make more educated decisions. No, they don't. In fact, the only thing that they found is that across these data, highly educated people said they paid more attention to politics. Yes, they were more politically involved, but they can't pass political acumen tests. They care more about politics, and therefore they become more invested in politics, but they don't actually know anymore, because it's educationalism. And one of the things that did, by the way, is that in this one study, Zhang 2018, he found that a 3% increase in education, or I think it was like 2.7% increase in the number of adults in the UK with a college degree, would have resulted in a 3% swing against the referendum, and therefore would not have resulted in a leave vote. So it's a nearly 1-to-1, by the way. For every additional percentage of the population that is more educated, they are more likely to lean towards left-leaning political outcome, right?
Right. And
near
also,
1-to-1, perfect correlation.
Yeah, I also did a video lately, and I pointed out, if you look at America specifically, black women are the lowest IQ demographic in the entire United States. They are the most dependable voting bloc in the Democratic Party. Educated white women also vote overwhelmingly for the Democratic Party. So how is it that the least educated, stupidest people also vote the same way as the most educated?
That's easy. Women.
Yeah, exactly.
The Democratic Party offers them money, offers them gifts, says nothing's your fault.
Yes,
Let
but that's
daddy
my
government
point.
come in here and take care of you.
Education doesn't mean shit when the so-called smartest and stupid people vote the same way. So the whole point of like educated population means better voters,
but that's why
is not true at all.
That's a woman thing.
Shit.
Ultimately, what that is that's a woman thing. Women are collectivistic, and women want gifts, right? They want to be taken care of.
They also, Democrat ones also vote male.
I'm using that quote in my video, Silveroni, by the way. I'm using the Tony Blair quote. I already got it. It's already in the script. Thank you, though.
Yeah. And also, just to shatter people's worldviews for a second, I'm going to do a longer video on this as well, but I'll give you a whole sneak preview here. Having an educated population doesn't mean shit. Because guess what?
No, they don't.
You can still... Yeah, but here's the thing. There is no point in having a smarter population when everyone you can vote for is an idiot or a crook.
True.
So it doesn't matter how smart your people are if the people in government are immoral and stupid. Welcome to reality.
Multiple problems. You're starting to see, and when these things start to compound, the problems of democracy, right?
Yeah, it's
You know, and the people are, even if they are educated, don't usually care enough. The people who do care are often insane activist class who vote for crazy stuff.
Yeah,
and then even
also,
if you have sane people voting who are less educated or educated, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
The people they vote for are all a bunch of crooks.
Yeah, and also, just because if you invest your time in becoming wiser in political affairs, you are not the one enacting policy. So where is all of the fruits of your labor getting involved with political affairs functionally applicable? Oh yeah, nowhere.
Yeah, yeah.
So what the hell is the point of getting involved with policy when you can't enact policy?
Well,
how does anyone think this system of government is good? It has so many holes. It's amazing.
I mean, I was talking. We were talking about this in particular with Farage coming back, or I was with Usually last night on his stream, and I tend to be a little bit black-pilled, but that's partially because of my monarchical take on things. No. By that I mean of saying people who are getting their hopes up about Farage, I would say temper it, right? Temper that. Same thing with the Trump stuff. Some people are looking at the Trump conviction and going, well, you've now martyred him. You have finally martyred him. It's like they've been trying to make him into a martyr for forever. And I mean, does it secure Trump's victory?
There's quite a few people who do think so.
Sticks thinks so, but
So does Lino, yeah.
Everyone pretty much that I've heard talk about it thinks that that they just handed him the election. But that being said, I can't help but feel like that was are they this stupid? I think maybe what happened in the Trump case, right, is that the leftist ideology is so endemic in these New York courts that I don't even think the Democrats really want this to happen, because I'm watching them having a hard time. I know they're all out there celebrating,
they actually know anything else.
No, I guess not, because I'm seeing some of them celebrating and out here, cheering. Oh, we finally got him. We're going to put him in jail. But it's way fewer people, and the fervor seems to be far less intense among the left right now in the reaction to the Trump conviction. And the reason why is I think that the New York court is actually outside of their direct control. They probably weren't thinking this was going to happen. Because they realized I think some of the more politically erudite amongst them understand that you did just martyr him, and everyone with eyes, or even without them, the blind can see that this is ridiculous. And I think New York wanted it to happen. I don't think the DNC actually wanted this to happen. I think this is rogue. New York went rogue on that, but we'll get into that in a minute. Anywho.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what exactly the battle plan is. Because I
don't know. It seems.
I had a discussion with both with Scrump and Harry about it, because I just said, I can't help but look at the regime and think, do you honestly know what you're doing? Like, is there actually a strategy here? Because the more I look at it, my mind's going, I don't actually think there is. Yeah. I could be wrong, but like Scrump seems to think there is. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna disagree with you for one, Scrump. But I mean,
he said he thinks there's a strategy to it.
Yeah, I
think overwhelmingly there is a strategy. I think that this was a miscalculation.
There can be a strategy, but it doesn't mean it's successful.
Sure.
That's just my thing, is that, you can say whatever the hell you want. Like, I want to be able to do X. Okay, well, reality doesn't really care what you want. If it's not feasible, then the best, the best laid plans go awry, as the saying goes. So, yeah.
And I would say with stuff with Nige, I do think it's nothing ever happens. But I don't exactly mind if the whole point that we were going with in this election was to stick it to the Tories. Then I think, even if reform doesn't really go anywhere, it's the outcome is the same. I did say, and when I said to temper your expectations, is I think sometimes if they're, the powers that be not only allow but want things like this to happen, because they instill people with hope, right? That, the system can work.
Yeah, instead of just waiting for it to go completely hellish.
Instead, I think stuff like this is intentionally injected so that particularly when things are people are feeling it more, when the frog has been boiled a little bit too quickly, they can throw out something like this and say,
Look at
I think
what's-
Scrum's less black-pilled than me, Shred Gordon, honestly. But marginally so.
Scrum is less black-pilled?
I think he might be less black-pilled than me. Do you disagree? It's probably comparative black-pilling. Anyway, I know, a lot of people are very excited about this, and I think it aligns with what we wanted anyway, which is to fuck the
Destroy
Tories.
the Tories.
Yeah. I mean, again, you and I don't think that democracy works.
It's not that we don't think this, we
Obviously.
know it doesn't work.
Right, right, so we agree on that. So I think to you and me, a lot of this all seems like relatively pointless, but a ritual. But it means something to some people, I guess. But the ultimate outcome, I think, yeah, I don't know if it actually does anything besides. I mean, the whole 0 seats thing was accelerationist. Obviously, is to make things so much worse that something has to come out of it that's different, right?
Well, yeah, it's kind of.
And this actually might put the brakes on some of that accelerationism stuff, on some of the doom pilling. And I don't mean, and doom pilling isn't necessarily a bad thing if you want something to happen. And by something I mean something actual to happen, not the CIA agent poking you at the Capitol building and going, "Come on, do a terrorism." Not that kind of happening. But yeah, I'm not sure.
January 6th.
Right.
One of the funniest events in American history.
Well, people are still in prison over that, so I don't find it that particularly.
Okay, yeah, I'm not saying
funny.
the fallout is funny. I'm just
Yeah.
saying the event itself is funny because watching the
It's
media
funny.
freak out over it was really, really amusing.
Oh, it's so because it's so performative. This is the darkest day in American history.
Democracy,
Okay.
oh fuck off.
Yeah, like compared to what Pearl Harbor, this is the darkest day in America. Compared to 9/11, they were comparing it to 9/11. Unbelievable. Let's see. This is just more.
I will say
information.
one thing that almost made me hate democracy more than anything is the amount of fucking times people said, "Oh, this is a danger to our democracy." Like, I want
Yeah.
democracy to end just so I never have to hear you fucking retards say the phrase democracy ever again.
I don't think
Twat.
there's anything else in this article that's.
Talk about razor for stakes and monarchy spoon. I
Particularly-
did. We
Yeah.
did like 10 minutes ago. We said it shit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something else in here that's particularly novel information. It's just what's just what we've said is that this. If there was a lot of or relative because conservatives were behind Labor by 20 points, I think this. And I've not looked at that polling yet on that actually, but this has got to devastate it because the Trump polling is interesting. It's not changed. The convention's done nothing.
But for,
Not
like,
statistically.
Trump's numbers?
Yeah. I mean, Trump's up, and he's remained up. Some people were expecting a lot of psychological reactance, that it would, like, shoot Trump's numbers into the stratosphere. But no, and it's just because I think everyone's bored. You already did this. You guys have already tried this before. People will vote for him if he's in a jail cell. I mean, clearly they will. And then we watched a little bit of some of Nige's speech. I'm like, the full thing is 50 minutes. I'm not doing that. I did listen to it
Richard,
in the background.
thank you
but
very much.
Here's some highlights from it. Let me listen to it. I didn't have a watch the other because these are the only videos I got, and just tell me to pause if you have anything that you want to add.
Indeed. Now, we put out the operations notice for today under the title Emergency Election Announcement. And we did that because we think this election needs a bit of gingering up. Thus far, it is the dullest, most boring election campaign we have ever seen in our lives. And it's funny because the more the two big party leaders try to be different, the more they actually sound the same.
True.
We've reached such ridiculous levels that we saw yesterday on the Conservatives' social media a post about the cross-channel illegal migration crisis with Starmer's got no plan, the Tories...
Starmer's in favor of it. Starmer, because of course Starmer doesn't give a damn. He's in favor. Bring more migrants over by boat.
They want to destroy
endless
the
stream.
European people, so yeah.
Yeah, they hate
I
the
wonder
United
which
Kingdom.
ones.
They hate England. They hate white people. So yeah, of course they hate the West. Let's just be honest about it. They do.
Yes, I wonder
These
which
people
ones.
actively. I mean, let's be honest about it. You can read it in the literature that people who lean left actively are racist against white people, including white leftists. They're the only group that has an out-group preference. So they're the only one that doesn't like their own group more.
Yeah, but it isn't race-based.
No. Well,
the hatred, I mean.
Oh, no. The hatred's in general, but yeah.
The hatred is because they are the inferior white people, and they don't like being around superior white people who've actually created shit. They feel inferior because they suck. Read to Uncle Ted. Because he literally just makes this case about leftism. What?
Chad is building a Nigel tower. It's a different type of end tower than I'm used to seeing in the chat.
Oh, okay.
I
Build
approve
an
the
F1.
Nige tower. No, a Farage tower. See, you can build both towers today. Chat, you can build the N tower and the F tower. Let's continue.
Have reduced cross-channel migrants by 36%. So they've even come to lying, because it's now up nearly 30% this year. Sir Keir Starmer overnight, of course, on this big issue of immigration, says that they are going to cut the numbers. He, of course, the man who campaigned not just for a second referendum, but a believer in open borders, and a man who was a lawyer, fought very, very hard for those that arrive on the back of lorries to get benefits once they got here. So, frankly, we're in a situation, I think, where nobody believes a word that they say, no one's listening, people are zoned out, and right at the minute, none of the above is top of the polls by a country mile. And the problem with all this is we know whoever wins, taxes will remain high. The highest tax burden since 1940.
The immigration is going to continue because the conservatives have done absolutely nothing about that. He's completely right on that. The taxation is going to continue because they've done absolutely nothing about that. Any kind of promise that the conservatives made, they have not in any way made manifest. They have not made any move to do any of the things that they said they were going to do. Which, what a theme in terms of conservatism, internationally speaking, right? Infuriating.
They have the ability to do absolutely fuck all.
Because this is what conservatives do. Conserve the current status quo at best, or try to slow it down, the move, the march through history, the progressive march through history. But they don't do shit. So fuck them. Just if conservatives aren't going to conserve anything, then they are worthless.
8. Everyone's promising not to put taxes up, but nobody talks about reducing the tax burden. We also know that our people are getting poorer. Yes, we had growth in the economy. The last set of figures were slightly better than before. GDP, they call it. We must all bow down to the god of GDP. In fact, the more immigration we have, the better.
Yeah, GDP is not a perfect predictor of much of anything. It can be, but it's often fallen back upon as a proof of something that it's not really proof of. Like, it's very similar that, after, or excuse me, was it a lot of the COVID lies that they spread about, and we'll get to that later with the Fauci stuff. But some of those look how much job creation, that's what it was, how much job creation there was under Biden. So many new jobs. Yeah, because you destroyed all of them. Yeah, they just brought them back,
just bought them back, you twat.
It's things like that, though. It's lies, damned lies, and statistics. Statistician myself. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
The GDP numbers are, because there are more people in the country. But what about GDP per person, per capita? It went down by almost 0.7% over the last year. So we know that taxes will stay high. We know that mass immigration will continue regardless of which party wins power. We know that people will get poorer, but we also know that crime or fear of crime will get worse. London, even the wealthier parts of London, have been transformed over the course of the last few years. Crime is so bad now that people generally don't even bother to report it. But it's okay.
And that's what they are after. It's all this demoralization stuff. Now, I think, again, I have my little other tinfoil thing of that, like, maybe all of this is also intentional to try and inject some aspect of hope, because you don't want to boil you don't want to demoral the frog too quickly either. I don't know. Obviously, demoralization is the goal. to make people give up, but maybe it was a little bit too intense, or the powers that be, such as they are, have decided no, we gotta, or maybe this is organic. I don't know. I'm not that
Really astute.
well, yeah. I don't know if it's that I'm not astute. It's that I don't always know what because like we were saying earlier, there is some sort of plan, but there's so many moving parts in all of this stuff that there's rogue elements. There's people who can't implement it correctly and don't implement it correctly, who fumble the ball constantly on this stuff. So and obviously they, and by that I mean international political oligarchs, aren't capable of controlling every single aspect of it. That's not what I was saying.
That's what I'm saying.
You can say that. It's not what I was saying.
Because it is them, and everyone freaking knows this.
Oh my god! Okay.
Oh come on!
Is Aiden turning into armored skeptic? Oh god, no. He posted some
really
cringe,
insulting.
by the way.
I would take offense to that.
He's having since we started the stream, congratulating Shu on and Eudaimonia on their blessed announcement. Greg's having a real one from the sound of it. He did post that he's like really depressed with this. It's just like, dude, you had this woman. I was listening to Josh Moon talk about it on his podcast.
Wait, did he date her?
You didn't know that Armored Skeptic and Shuan had dated? They dated for like 5 years.
Why the hell would I care about any of these people?
I mean, they dated really publicly. Like, they did podcasts.
Again, I don't care about any of these people.
Okay. Point is, he's coping and seething hard. I think it's really
I'm
probably pretty
barely
stupid.
invested in my own life, Aiden, let alone anybody else's.
Yeah. Anyway, so he's coping and seething, but that's unrelated. Sorry. Let's go back to this.
Hey, you can go shoplifting and nick up to 200 quid's worth of kit before anybody is even going to prosecute you. And these are all symptoms of a country that actually is in decline. We're in economic decline in relative terms. Oh, sure.
You can hear that.
We're doing better than our
Drop my
former
old
part.
All right.
The
Oh,
last
fuck!
set of
I
things-
skipped. Damn it! I knocked over my old Arizona iced tea iced tea bottle. Then I read some in the stream. I'm a lot of sorts today. Okay, let's go. Sorry. Where were we? Okay.
that actually is in decline. We're in economic decline in relative terms. Oh, sure, we're doing better than our former partners in the European Union, but we're massively behind America and many other parts of the world. We're in social decline, and we're actually in a form of moral decline. We've forgotten who we are as a country.
Absolutely.
We heard a very impassioned speech by Keir Starmer this morning about D-Day.
Oh, okay. I'm going to pause here just for a second, because this is the D-Day segment. And it is important, because apparently this triggered a whole bunch of people, that he brought this up. And I enjoy that they're triggered, because when he says that the UK is in cultural decline, and then people wrote articles getting triggered about this thing, bringing up this segment of his speech talking about D-Day, is evidence of exactly what he was saying. So just keep this in mind. Put a, bookmark this for a second in your brains, because we'll get to it with a Yahoo article I found.
He talked about his own brother serving on HMS Antelope in the Falklands. And he spoke, actually, with a great degree of passion.
I'd like to listen to that
But
too,
here's a
actually.
little statistic
I
that
haven't.
sums up
Dog
what's
it.
been wrong with our ruling classes. On Thursday of this week, there'll be massive international commemorations of D-Day. Something in which the British played an extraordinary part. Something which we can be just immensely proud of in terms of what we were able to organise, able to do, and the courage that people showed. But can you believe a poll out last week showed that 52% of 18 to 34-year-olds don't even know what D-Day is.
It is believable.
How on earth is that not
56%?
believable? I'm amazed actually that low. I expected it to be higher.
I mean, to me, that's
the only
kind
way
of
people
insane.
know what it is because of say Call of Duty.
Is that why it is 50? Is it why it's there's a 48% or 44% who do know what it is? Just because most of them have played a World War II game.
Yeah,
probably. I wouldn't even be shocked. 18 to 34, 56% don't know what D-Day is. That's nuts. I mean, to me, it's nuts.
Yeah.
It's surprising, but it's not surprising. Like you said, it's surprising, but it's not surprising. And this is, by the way, the most educationalized generation ever. All these people have degrees. The research that I looked on, I was just doing, in the video that I'm working on, it has only just begun to change, right? Which is that people are now saying getting a higher degree is not worthwhile because it's not worth what it used to be. It costs too much, and it's pointless.
That's because everyone is doing it, therefore it becomes meaningless.
Well, yes, but also, I mean, what do you learn? Nothing. Propaganda.
Yes.
Mostly migrants, mezcal squid. I mean, I'm sure that a lot of them were migrants, and
I
that
think
would
the
make
main
sense.
thing you learn from D-Day is you were attacking the wrong enemy all along.
And also regarding the immigration, what Nige just said about this is that his plan is to basically just stop it, not to necessarily start deporting people. But I think you got to start deporting. We got to get these just net drains who hate England out of the fucking country.
The
Sorry.
thing is, excuse me.
If
you were smart, you would do what Oren McIntyre said, and actually what Curtis Yarvin said, which is that if you want to win, care about power, not issues.
Yes.
Because if you look at the left,
oh no,
for
we're going to
example,
talk about power politics again.
but if you look at the left, for example, when they get into power, do they give a flying shit what the hell their constituents wants? No.
Yeah.
Do they give a flying crap what the hell the right wants? No, they're just like, because they look at the right and go, what are you going to do when you get power? Oh, we're going to give a tax cut and that's basically it. Okay, so what are we going to do when we get power? You're going to stand in any of our way while we just wreck the entire joint. No, we're going to do absolutely nothing. And the left looks at that and goes, oh, goody, the right is absolutely fucking toothless, so we're just going to wreck the fucking joint. Yep. Whereas the thing that bugs me the most about the right is they absolutely are petrified at wielding power.
Yeah.
But it's like, why should I vote for you? You're not going to do anything to actually fix shit. Like, you are an absolute bunch of pussies.
Fixing things is not in the regime's interest.
Yes, but
and
that's my whole
I think Nigel
point.
is kind of a real one, by the way. I mean, I don't know if he can be trusted entirely, but I have always been of the opinion that if there are a couple of real ones, Nigel's amongst them. I still feel that way about Trump, despite everything. I mean, the person I felt that way most about ever in politics was Ron Paul. And the difference is at least that, I mean, it depends on, Trump was not a career politician, Ron Paul was, but there can be people involved in politics who are real. They're just extremely few and far between. So maybe this is not all some big plan psyop that's intentionally designed to get people to be a little bit less black-pilled or something. Either way, I am very still on board with it. I think it only facilitates 0 seats. So, yeah. Let's just keep listening to his speech, I guess.
Myself, I want someone who actually will be a tyrant.
I know you do, but you're a monarchist.
No, it's not about that. It's about the fact that if
you gotta clear him out first. I wish that afuera. I wish that was happening more strongly in Argentina.
But the thing of it is, I don't want someone who's interested in reform. I want someone that is actually capable of going in there and go, I'm going to destroy everyone that gets in my way. Because
I wish Milei was going harder.
Yeah, but if you don't have someone in government that has head, you're not going to get that. You need to have someone that will say, I'm going to terrify and kill everyone that looks at me wrong. Now, you may say that's a bit extreme.
You're sounding a little Kizapilled, to be honest.
No. I don't mean like in a literal sense. Just the impression of, if we don't do what he says, horrible shit will happen. It's like, if someone walks in with an army behind you, it's like, do what we tell you,
what you mean,
or horrible things will happen. There needs to be that fear there.
I guess so.
Yeah, people hate that, but like, that is the reality. You need to be feared. You need to someone walk in and go, do what we say, or else I'm going to put a sword to your neck.
Is that not what the COVID lockdowns were?
No,
Speaking of the Silveroni brought up that Nigel was on board with he was not a real one during the lockdown or over the lockdowns. Now that was Trump, but I think a lot of that was that these people in charge, they were getting, they're not,
you basically
scientists.
Want a new type of order. That is essentially what you want. It's the main thing that everyone wants is that we do not like this shit show and dysfunction. And so when when people just say, "Hey,"
well, I
basically
know you want things to be. I think what you're saying though is you don't want that necessarily long term. But if you need to fix something, you might need to do that first.
No,
if you need to uproot the system, then that does make sense. I mean,
okay, no, put it this way, right? As far as
and if you are a true tyrant and a tyrant that is hurting the people, then you get your head cut off. I mean, that's just been historically the case.
Yeah, but by tyrants, by what standards?
Of intentionally.
No, but
I would say
if okay, put it this way:
tyranny takes away liberty, right? Which is different from freedom. Tyrants take away liberties, which causes harm to the people. Their liberty to, for example, engage in free economic trade.
Yes, okay.
They're free, such as that happened under COVID.
Yeah, but we're not worried about that.
But no, I'm just saying that's what tyrants do is deprive people of their liberty.
Yes, but
which again is not freedom.
Okay, yes,
some
but
freedom
my
should
thing
be
is,
curtailed.
Yeah, but here's the thing: I don't care about your freedom.
I don't care about freedom either. I care about liberty.
Yes. Okay. No, I don't care about any of that. Like my first thing is no, order must be restored. And the thing of it is,
liberty
do not
and order
mind.
Do go hand in hand. Liberty is freedom made orderly. Yes, it is. Reel that in.
I go with order is more important than freedom. I go with the Mussolini
but I'm not
quote
talking about freedom. I'm talking about liberty.
Yes, but I'm going with the
Positive and
Mussolini
negative.
version, which is that liberty is a duty, not a right.
Yes. That's
Yes.
why I said that liberty is ordered freedom.
Right.
So I do not
But
want.
who establishes the order?
Well, obviously, you have to have a functional society in order for liberty to exist within it. So you do need the order. You do need the order, and I agree with that.
And so
I just don't know
that order is either established through religion or the state. People can screech about all the hell they want. I don't care about your fucking screeching. I care about what actually works. And if someone is going to come and impose a heavy-handed boot of the state, that's what I'm saying. To who is the boot feared? Because here's an example. Say the state is incredibly ordered and well-regimented when it comes to, say, crime, like the guy in El Salvador with the weapons everywhere. Someone who is more so-called, libertarian or more not in favor of the state walking around with weapons everywhere, they would look at that and go, that's a tyrannical regime because I feel like I'm being impeded on. Somebody who actually wants order to be restored would look at that and go, I prefer that. This is what I'm saying. This tyranny is according to which ideology? Because I don't think that's tyranny. I just think that's someone who wants to restore order in a certain way.
Yeah, and I think we've come to. I understand where you're coming from, and I do agree. But I think that in that yes, you need to have order first, like I said before you can have liberty, because otherwise, how can the liberty be preserved without order?
You have to take the gamble with one.
Yes, it's just
the reality.
And unfortunately, revolutions or changes in society
Revolts.
Whatever it is, major changes in society are going to be out of power always, and that is all power is related to fear. So yeah, making people fear you is probably related to that. Anyway, we've gone off on a bit of a tangent. Should we go back to Nige? Oh, because I want to talk about this D-Day stuff, because it watching them seethe about him talking about D-Day has made me, and I kind of want to listen to the Churchill speech. Just there's a little bit of a retrospective.
He would not be if he's not a fan of Churchill.
Yeah, I know, but it's interesting though.
And that's what you get when you're led by a career political class that don't really care about the country, that are embarrassed to say anything that could be seen to be vaguely patriotic.
Yep.
Oh, we're told that Michael Gove and others have improved the education system. Well, I tell you what, if over half of our young people in this country do not know about an event that is within living memory and which should be one of the proudest things this nation has ever managed to achieve, something I think is fun.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay. We fought D-Day. You used to have a friggin' empire. Dude, Nigel.
Well, he said within
compared
living
to having
memory.
the British Empire, I don't care about that. The most base thing about Britain is the empire.
Vicky, excuse me. Vicky established it, and Lizzie too.
Oh yeah, the greatest. It's called the Victorian era, for God's sakes.
No, that's what I'm saying. But my point was that living memory gets a little bit hard when, again, it is 1940s, and then Elizabeth did spend most of her reign
It's kind of weird to say
dismantling
in
the
living
empire.
memory compared to what?
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's saying that it's not as far removed as the well, maybe. I would have said the empire, but that's been dismantled.
We used to
at
conquer
that
the
same
entire
time.
freaking world. Like, why don't you live
Yeah.
with that? That's way more based than we kill a bunch of Germans.
You said we. How interesting.
Well, I mean, if I was being Nigel, of course I would say we.
Okay.
Fundamentally
Duh.
wrong at every level. The centre of gravity on every national debate has moved hugely to the left since 2010, when David Cameron and George Osborne took power. So we represent a very different kind of politics. We believe that the Westminster political class are now more detached from ordinary folk than they were even before that referendum stunned everybody back all those years ago now in 2016. Something has gone very, very wrong.
Yeah.
What we also...
I mean, and it's not done anything. Not really in the political climate. And I thought that's why Nigel retired. He thought
his job was done.
Yeah, he's like, I did what I came here to do, and now I can leave. But obviously not. I don't know. Who knows if he can do anything this time, or if this is all some big political scheme. I don't really know. And there's people who are far better political analysts than I am. I'm not a political analyst for the most part. I'm interested in it, and I come at things from a social science perspective. But people like Sticks or Razor Fist. Speaking of,
Yeah, just the Republican model.
not I wouldn't trust Razor Fist or Sticks as political analysts on UK politics as much. But sure, on US politics, absolutely. They've got a better their
Acumen.
yeah, or
Finger on the pulse.
Lionel, of course. Yeah, finger on the pulse of figuring out what the fuck is actually going on. Because to me, I always feel like I don't understand why are you doing this? Because I'm trying to apply mathematical models and statistical information and my just enormous catalog of absolutely pointless facts about social science into things. And I don't always get what's happening. Some people are, or Scrump and Evelyn and all those people. They get it far more naturalistically than I do. And academic age in terms of people, if you want to listen to about UK politics, and a lot of people on
Evelyn's
Lotus
good
Eaters as well. Yes, and a lot of people on Lotus Eaters are good as well on it. Harry in particular. Yeah, Harry in particular.
We may have a slight bias here with him being a monarchist and all.
Yeah. Again, I'd also say Josh. Josh, however, is another social scientist, and probably I think might even say the similar thing to what I just said about myself. Being like, I got my area of expertise, and it's not predictions on politics or explaining why things are happening. But so I'm interested in seeing where this goes, though. Yeah, we'll watch a little bit more, I guess. And then another clip from the speech, because again, whole thing was 50 minutes long. I didn't think it was relevant to watch the whole thing. But please go watch it for yourself.
No. The election is over.
Not right now. You
It's
stay here on
done.
the stream.
Labour have won the election. There is not a contest. There is a big MRP
Yep.
poll coming out on Sky News at 5 o'clock that will confirm all the things that we've
20
seen
points
before.
behind. No chance.
Whether the
no
Conservatives
shot.
get 80 seats or 150 seats is now almost irrelevant. Starmer has won this election. And that's my fear. Nothing will change. Maybe things will get ever so slightly worse. Now, I stood here a week ago and I said, look, hands up. I've been nonplussed by Rishi calling a short-term election. Doesn't give me the time to fight a constituency. Doesn't give me the time to build up.
Yeah, why do you think Sunak did that?
Who, me?
Yeah, why do you think? Why did Sunak call the election?
I think he was just a placeholder that Keir Starmer comes in place.
Yeah,
I don't actually
I
think,
think so too.
those two.
I think he wants to get out.
I don't think he actually ever wanted to be prime minister.
No, I don't think he did either. I think
No.
he just wants to get away from it.
No, he's a little West stooge. Like
Yes,
he
he is.
literally, if you just look at Rishi Sunak's eyes, the man is a moron.
Yeah.
He is literally a piece of fucking Play-Doh. He's just like a freaking Indian version of Keir Starmer. They're both unimpressive twats. You just look at them and you look at them and like they're like fucking plastic Tesco dolls. Like there's literally nothing impressive about them as men. Nothing. They're just empty suits, just absolute fucking wankers. Right? They look at this like, these are not people that are fit to freaking stack shelves in Tesco. They're not fit to be anywhere leaders of any regime. They're just utterly unimpressive specimens of men.
Matt James says because Klaus told him to, probably.
Yeah, that actually wouldn't surprise me.
I thought the rational thing to do was not to stand, but to do my bit, as I put it, supporting the country around the party. And for the last week, that is what I've been doing. I've been travelling all around the country. I've had the honour of appearing with Piers Morgan on Question Time.
Oh, that's not an honour.
It's not an honour. Nice.
That's fine.
Other things. I've been to Dover.
Someone else in the audience.
The migrant crisis that I alone predicted 4.5 years ago. But more importantly, I've been out on the streets, meeting an awful lot of people. And interestingly, a lot of young people. And I'll tell you this, and you won't have got this yet, and the pollsters won't yet have picked this up, but I promise you, after 30 years of experience in this game, something is happening out there. There is a rejection of the political class going on in this country in a way that has not been seen in modern times. But the other thing that really shook me in a way last week were the number of people coming up to me on the street saying, Nigel, why aren't you standing? And I gave my logical, rational reasons for it. But I couldn't help, after each exchange, I simply couldn't help feeling that somehow they felt I was letting them down.
Yeah, I do think that was probably a very real sentiment. I think that is true. A lot of people did feel like, I mean, it's very like, you know, help us, Nigel, you're our only hope kind of stuff, you know.
But I wasn't standing up for these people. People in their millions who've stood with me, in some cases, for many, many years. Election battles, referendums. And I guess I have been a champion for many of those people.
Yeah.
I took the day off yesterday, had a normal day. Walked the dogs, did a bit of fishing, popped into the pub, you know, a normal sort of day, which gave me time to think and reflect.
Well, I don't think that Nigel abandoned everyone. I think he thought that he got done what he came there to do and he could walk away. I don't know if that's abandoning.
And I began to feel a terrible
I can see why it comes off that way. But this is a really good speech, by the way. Yeah, you know, contrast to Sunak's speech where he's crying in the rain. Like this is a far better speech. And again, the whole thing's way longer, but we're just going to watch a little.
That's because Nigel comes across like a human being.
Yeah, because he is.
Whereas Sunak comes across like a fucking plastic doll.
My dude came over here to Guernsey and had just like, according to Bill, just had like pints at and he does it everywhere. But he does like he will just go to pubs and places that he visits and will have drinks with normal people. However, he wrote the referendum document here, right? Didn't he, Bill?
The album.
Yeah, which the album.
And therein wrote.
Right. Well, he wrote the manifesto as the basis for the referendum. Yeah, so or was it UKIP one? The UKIP one. I didn't know if it was the referendum stuff or it was the UKIP. All right. Yes, he likes pints a lot, like an average human being. I mean, that's most people do. But
he's an Englishman.
Right, and he wrote that stuff over here. But it's like that's why people like Nigel, and why they like Trump. By the way, he comes off, even though Trump is a billionaire or was, you know, whatever, is super rich, and it was one of the things that who said that about him? I always try to remember that speech. It was it Dinesh D'Souza? I can't remember. At a speech that I was at CPAC, I think in 2017. I think it was Dinesh, but I can't recall for sure now. Who said that's why people love Trump? Yeah, sure, he's a billionaire. Sure, he's a playboy. But if I had that much money, I'd do the same things as him.
The exact same thing, yeah.
And so even though Trump's like a super rich, you know, elite class, he came off as a normal dude. And Nigel comes off as a normal dude. One sec.
Yeah, Trump just said once, like, yeah, I'm really rich. I'm not like you. Which is fair enough. Like, that's basically...
Yeah.
When it comes to any political leader, people don't really give a crap about how they are. It's more like, are they authentic? Like, if you are a complete asshole, but you come across as authentic, people will like it. They're like, oh my goodness, he's an absolute asshole, but he's a badass.
It was in a study that I just, when I was finishing up on my work with the educationalism stuff. Thank you. I was just reading this study. I could even. Oh no, I haven't transferred it yet. Yes, I have. It's on this computer. You know. Sorry. Bill's going through the room.
Nigel has Riz, basically.
Well, Riz is in this case just
political
being
chops.
Normal,
charming.
You know what I mean? Is this accurate? Is this? Yeah. Okay. So I was trying to find these data here, this was in a sample of Dutch participants, right? And what I found,
my folk.
I know, and it was about how they felt about politicians, and it was in a sample of Dutch participants who did not who had nothing above a secondary level education, so high school, for Americans, I suppose. And they basically all just said that, like, yeah, we like some politicians, and we like them if they're seen as not denigrating us, as caring about us, as not thinking that we're a bunch of idiots who are worthless because of our educational background or something like that. You know?
It really says something more about the political class.
Yeah. So here it says, so for example...
Never say that again. Say what again? What did I say?
I'm saying nice about the Dutch.
Oh, what, my people?
Oh, yeah, the Dutch.
The Dutch are my people.
He is Dutch. I mean, he's a South African, so he's...
I think most of my bloodline, if I'm going by family name, apparently my grandfather changed his from German. I guess so. There we go.
It is a German name, but that.
No, my surname is very English, but apparently that
I was
was
gonna say
changed.
your whole name is extraordinarily English, I would say.
Oh well, yeah. If we're going by my full name, the extremely English. But grandfather was apparently German. There's Norwegian on one of my grandmother's side, on my father's side, but her surname is Halls, which is very, very English.
Yeah.
So there's apparently Norwegian, English, and German, and then on my mother's side, her mother's name.
See, you're a mutt just like me.
Yeah, on my mother's the other side is Dumas, which is French, and De Vet, which is Dutch. So I have.
Let's say.
That is like the most typical West German or West European English, French, Dutch, German. Like, I'm essentially the quintessential Afrikaner. I'm like a mix of everything Western Europe.
Right, but Afrikaner culture obviously,
yes, which explains my pretty face.
But it is more. I was going to say
West,
the word. But it's more Dutch culture, I would say. I mean, and they speak.
But it's
Afrikaans is Dutch. Well, it's mutually intelligible with Dutch.
The first ones that were there were the
Anonymous says he's not a mutt, he's an alloy. That is sweet, actually. We'll get through the two parts of Nigel's speech, and then I'll go through the super chat, shall we?
Sense of guilt. Even if it is very difficult for me to find a parliamentary constituency, and it is hard. You know, contrary to what you'll hear on radio and television about how many times I've stood, most of the times I stood were for UKIP when we were a fringe party using elections.
Yeah. Oh man. Like I like, obviously I very much like Sargon, but he screwed the pooch on that. Like I think. And not even because he was wrong. It was just the optics. He
was a shit poster.
Screwed UKIP. Absolutely screwed them. So let's go with reform. Okay. And I don't care. As long as it costs the Tories seats, I don't give a shit.
As an effective pressure group to make our way through. And it is true. The one time I did stand and fight, the Conservative Party cheated against me in such a way that one of the party agents got a 9-month prison sentence, suspended. But of course the result stood. So all those things have been weighing on my mind. But difficult though it is, I can't let down those millions of people. I simply can't do it. It'd be wrong. So I have decided, I've changed my mind. It's allowed, you know, It's not always a sign of weakness. It could potentially be a sign of strength. So I
actually do think he's legitimate here. I believe him.
He's also not wrong. Is that you can change your mind.
Yeah, that's what I say. I believe him here. I don't think this is. And maybe is my rare white pill coming out of being like, I think he believes the things he's saying. I think he's legitimate. I don't think this is fake. And again, at the end of the day, same, outcome, which is fuck the Tories.
going to stand in this election. I'll be launching my candidacy at midday tomorrow in the Essex seaside town
and Tice just basically said
Clacton.
okay.
So midday tomorrow, Clacton, at the end of the pier.
I mean, we'll get to this too. So that was basic just at that part, and then excuse me, this is small. That's script. Another part of it I thought that was quite good. That was clipped here, and then we'll talk about what happened in Clacton.
To anyone that says to me, well, surely you won't stand against Bill Bloggs because he's a really good bloke and he was a Brexiteer. The answer is 2.4 million. 2.4 million people this Conservative government have allowed to settle in the UK in the course of the last 2 years.
Unfucking fathomable. There is no space for that shit.
That's literally about a third of Ireland's population.
There's no.
That's utterly insane.
Unironically, fuck off. We're full. What are you saying as an immigrant here? But I'm allowed to say it. I came here legally. I did all this stuff like legally, full above the board, right? And I don't hate the United Kingdom and its associated fucking dependencies, such as the one I live on. Maybe Bill does, but like I don't hate these people.
To be fair, Bill hates everyone.
Bill hates everybody. True, but Aiden's weapon grade hopium huffing. No, I don't think it's weapons grade. I've been so blackpilled for so long. Allow me to have my I think I'm actually being. Tell me if I'm wrong. I think I'm being pretty middle of the road here. I even said I made multiple statements saying like, don't get too gassed up about this. Don't take too much hopium. Anywho, I liked his speech. Parts of it were good. This was good, and this part's so accurate. Did we watch this part? Nothing works in the country.
So whether Bill Bloggs is a good bloke or not, he has actually been part of what is a massive betrayal of 17.4 million people who voted Brexit. They voted yes to get back our independence, but they absolutely voted to get back control of our borders. And Richard said earlier that this is the immigration election, but it is.
Oh yeah, it is the topic, for obvious reasons.
We have to build a new house every 2 minutes just to accommodate those that are legally coming in to Britain. The impact on the health service, the impact on infrastructure, on everything else. We have to get a grip. It is the major issue of our times. The population explosion has devalued the life of ordinary Britons in just...
Let's be really clear. The population explosion is not in ordinary Britons. Now, is it? It's an explosion in the population of non-Brits. That's the fucking problem. If you had an explosion of the population of if you had a baby boom in Britain of Brits, it wouldn't necessarily be an issue. But it's the fact that there's a fundamental cultural and economic just clash here, where a bunch of people are coming over and have been coming over who are wards of the state in terms of their economic class, just basically live off of Gibbs or make very low wages that have to be subsidized by the government. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen, okay? Like, there are absolutely, the welfare queen type who just live off the state. I've seen, I think that actually, how much do you believe in that?
Family.
It's their estate. It's their...
I just had to throw in a shot because it's funny.
No, but you know what I mean I've seen so many documentaries.
Yeah, they're called foreigners.
No, these micro docs. And it's always like, or, TLC kind of style things where it's like, oh, here's this family and they've got 13 kids and they can't afford to pay for any of them, and they live on, the government dole. And it's
There's
yes,
there's
are
a
there
lot of people like that.
yes, are there
Do you know
are there
that's, do you know
white
that's literally
British
half of my country?
yes. Are there a whole bunch of just
I want people to actually contemplate that for a moment.
what's the right word for them? They just
Lazy.
live on the dole. That's it.
If you look at South Africa, it is a country of about 60 million people. Half of them are dependent on the state completely. I don't think people actually recognize how insane that is. And when everyone tells
that
me
wouldn't happen if you didn't have all the dole money, would it? If you weren't
also
giving
would
it
not
out.
happen. Yeah, it also wouldn't happen if you had a country run of whites, not blacks.
No, but I'm saying that there is a class, and you know what I mean. The chav, right? That is just
Yeah, but there's also, and Stefan only pointed this out, there's a group of people that once they get money, they actually do not have as much children. And there's also another group of people that once they accumulate more resources, they just fuck. And they just have more kids.
Right. It is
and that population.
It's kind of a strange in species RK selection that's bizarre, which is that we do see this is that like the more educated, the more wealthy, the more stable that a certain class of people becomes, the less they reproduce. And I think that's because, well, one, I think there's been an active government psyop to disincentivize people from reproducing if they are not easily controllable people, and more intelligent people are less easily controllable. So actually, you don't want more intelligent people to reproduce. You
basically
want
whites.
The unwashed masses. And they want also the very low class to also reproduce of whites. Because
No, they don't.
No, to a certain extent. They want the foreigners way more. They want the foreigners way more.
They only want foreigners.
I think they also do. Maybe not anymore.
When was the last time you saw any freaking regime make this a class issue? It is only race. I'm not going to let you gaslight the fucking people. Bullshit, Aiden.
Well, I'm not gaslighting anybody. I'm saying that I think that
they don't give a shit. It's not about poverty. It is strictly race.
Yeah.
It is always race.
But that's because they think that the people of certain racial groups are easier to control. That's why.
It's also easier to make them politicized.
Because of their reliance upon the government.
It's also easier to politicize them into fucking groups.
Yes, true. Anywho, let's continue.
The most extraordinary way. And even if those in Westminster don't know it, I promise you that those outside of it do. Now, I want to pay tribute to Richard, who has kept this party going during times when he was told there was no need for it. No need for it. Boris has an 80-seat majority. They're going to deliver Brexit.
Oh, God.
And everything.
What a screw-up Bojo was.
Brexit voters wanted. Well, Richard has...
I do feel bad for Liz Truss, by the way. Only a little bit. In that she didn't have a goddamn chance. Women in politics, however, so I'm kind of like nonplussed about it. Or not, actually not nonplussed. I'm non-concerned about it. I am not as good at elocution when I've not had a drink, man. I'm struggling.
No, you're fine.
Shit.
Kept this going at great personal cost in terms of time and money. I'm very pleased to say Richard, from this moment, is going to be chairman of this party, and
isn't shit.
I hope is going to spend as much time in Boston and Skegness whilst
Yeah.
He folded like a cheap little
of course he
bitch
did.
to every little thing that Hope Not Hate wanted. Like an absolute spineless little bitch.
So afraid of literally nothing. Who cares?
Rice was not good. He was an absolute F-slur.
Listen, you got to...
Absolutely gay. No
see
balls.
your interview with Connor, Aiden. I did see the interview with Liz Truss and Connor. It was very interesting. I think she got screwed, honestly, Liz. I would say that. I think she was used as a kind of scapegoat. I wouldn't... Now, I'm not, like, Liz Truss' biggest fan. But just saying, I think that there was some chicanery. Yeah, some tomfoolery going on there.
I'm taking the flak. So we can go up there and win that constituency. And I think back, actually, in Boston, Richard, to 2015, when UKIP put up a 21-year-old candidate who was a bit green, to say the least. He got 15,000 votes. I'm sure you're going to get many, many more than that. So the really big message here is, what I'm really calling for, and what I intend to lead, is a political revolt.
Let's go.
Yes, a revolt. A turning of our backs on the political status quo.
Ooh, I mean...
It doesn't work. Nothing in this country works anymore. The health service doesn't work. The roads don't work. None of our public services are up to scratch. We are in decline. This will only be turned around with boldness. We will only recover our position through economic growth. That will only come...
I think you got to talk about the cultural issue more, but that was well put. I mean, he's completely correct. Nothing in this country fucking works,
including the people.
Yeah, Kevin, we talked that we showed that at the beginning. Yeah, it's funny.
We get away from just half a dozen multinationals dominating the thought of our politicians and allowing real entrepreneurship to flourish. So we're very, very much on the side of the little guy and woman. We're very much on the side of creating growth. We're very much on the side of ending the poisoning of our education system, where 50% of young people don't even know what D-Day is. So make no mistake, we are unashamedly patriotic.
Yeah,
we believe
let's
it's
go.
right to put the interests of British people first.
Yeah.
We believe Brexit needs to be implemented properly, and we are going to be the voice of opposition. And I tell you what, I've done it before. I'll do it again. I'll surprise everybody. Thank you.
I mean, he does have the track record, to be fair. He does have the track record. So let me hit the super chats, and then we'll move on with people getting with assault regarding this. Aramaic Discourse for 5 says, in honor of True and Awareness Month, thank you. And by the way, happy Pride Month. Here's a dad joke. How does a non-binary murderer kill their victims? They, them.
I'm not drunk enough for that joke.
A non-binary murderer kill their victim. I don't get it, Aramaic Discourse. Am I too autistic? Maybe. Frog Jupiter for 2 said what happened to the last stream about Wendigoon. I've said this a couple times. I won't probably say it again this stream, but yeah, I said some spicy stuff. Spoon accidentally kind of showed some personal information on the screen, and
don't say that, because then it's gonna get deleted. Never mind.
Well, it's already gone, so like it's not up. But and I removed it like 10 seconds after the stream. And then Bill also said some spicy things. So yeah, I will fix it. I'll try to fix it. Lieutenant Silver for 10 says, in Michigan, the Secretary of State and the court are not connected. Okay, interesting. The defendant has to take the court order to the SOS office to reinstate his license. I mean, it's just more reason why...
It's just more bureaucracy.
The absurdity of bureaucracy. Lance for 2 says, hell is empty and the devils are here. Abso-goddamn-lutely. He slashed them. Oh, he slashed them. They slashed them. I get it. They slashed them. Non-binary murders their victims. They slashed them.
Yeah.
Damn. Oh my god. It flew right over my head.
That's actually kind of a sophisticated joke now that you said it out loud.
That's good. That is good. Slosher for 20 Canadian says, I saw a chart from a study from a study once comparing IQ and education levels over several decades. High school grads in the 60s had a higher IQ than undergrads in the 2010s. Are we familiar with a study like that? Yes, I've seen that exact literature. I didn't include that, actually. Hang on. Slosher, I'm going to take what you said there, because I've read that study.
You just gave...
at least I've seen those data.
This is like giving Aiden...
Well, that's just something that would be worthwhile including in the video. Where was I? Jacoto345, who's been a member for 10 months, says people are too lazy to vote properly. That's part of it. They're lazy and they're stupid and other stuff. There's a lot of factors. Atras Aranis for 5.
Someone said that I show my OnlyFans. Dude, if I ever did an OnlyFans, it would just be because I will say like
Spoon would make a lot of money, to be fair. I shouldn't gas you up like that, because you've got too much ego as it is.
In terms of what
we've been
am
on
I
we've been
advertising?
on camera on this stream though. Spoon's like a traditionally attractive, masculine-looking dude.
Okay. I don't know how to feel about this. Slightly uncomfortable.
What?
Moving on.
I'm not hating on you, man. I'm saying that.
I know that.
Tinfoil hat says.
That's not what I felt. It's more just.
What you mean, tinfoil hat?
I don't know what to do with that information.
You know. Oh, you know that, you ding dong.
Yeah, but
Actress Uranus.
I mean,
read the super chat.
You're the one that made this insane fucking point. I have to address that in a weird way. It's more the case of I don't know what the hell I would do on camera in that sense. That's
Ew.
more the bit.
Oh, that's not what I would. I'm just saying, like, you're a good-looking dude. If you wanted to make money on OnlyFans, you could. But I'm not watching it, dude. You do that. You do you. You go do you, homie. I'm not involved with that.
Doing me is not how I would make money. That is that's like new.
Actress Uranus for 5 says tinfoil hat. I sometimes wonder if they want Trump to win. Yes, they do, because it justifies their victimhood narrative. I think it's also.
Yeah, that's what
maybe
AA
why
said as well.
I don't know. Yes, absolutely. And I don't know. I think Farage might just be operating on his own volition. I don't know. Why? Because things are worse than even we think. And they hope that he can be the fall guy. Perhaps. Well, let's look at that. Oh, no, we have a little bit more Farage stuff.
Yeah, I am a little bit blushing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah?
Well, yeah, that's kind of a weird, like, what do I do with this information?
Yeah. Woman held after milkshake thrown at Nigel Farage. They're back to doing the milkshake thing.
And it's an Instagram model.
Of course it is.
Which you only did for publicity, by the way.
Yeah. Essex police said a 25-year-old woman was arrested on suspicion of assault while making the arrest.
Oh, she's in Essex? Oh, never mind. That explains a shitload.
This was in Essex.
Yeah, okay.
Where she did it, yeah.
I bet you I can tell you what she sounds like as well.
Who knows? She might have traveled. I think she said she actually did.
Look at the fucking makeup as well. Ugh.
I know. Look at this. She's got the thought makeup. Making the arrest, a 25-year-old woman was arrested on suspicion of assault. While making the arrest, the force said a man was also detained on suspicion of assaulting an emergency worker.
Mess with eyes like that. If you punch them there, they won't be able to tell.
Both individuals remain in custody for questioning, a police spokesperson said. The politician was walking out of the Moon and Starfish, part of the J.D. Weatherspoon's pub chain. Dude, again, he's always in a goddamn pub. That's why I like Farage. Man after my own heart. Yeah, because he's always had a pint. Farage, who had a milkshake thrown over him in Newcastle upon Tyne in 2019, appeared to make light of the incident later, posing with a tray of 4 milkshakes in the nearby village of Jaywick. The 60-year-old previously said that he would not stand in the general election. No, we got all over that. We know that. This is just a background on this. Prior to the milkshake incident, Farage said, "You will no longer be ignored," as he spoke on the seafront. We just listened to a whole bunch of this. I hope that having a national figure representing this constituency will put Clacton on the map, said Mr. Farage, who is formerly the leader of UKIP and the Brexit Party. I will stand up and fight for you. Send me to Parliament to be a bloody nuisance. I mean, based. He added that the promises of Brexit had been betrayed. Yeah, this is just his speech. Anyway, so this woman's she's been arrested through a damn, and they're so. It's consistent, right, with these people, because they're so emotional. They can't help themselves. Yeah, they can't. Well, it's not just women. Women are a part of the problem, but it's not just women. The left is defined, and I've looked at all the research on this.
Envy.
I mean, everything. Is that it is all defined by emotions and feelings and wanting and hate and hatred. The left-leaning political ideology is driven first and foremost by envy. It showed up in every single study that was reconducted on the instrument. Left-leaning political identity is driven first and foremost emotionally by being envious and spiteful and hateful of others. Makes all sense now, doesn't it? Right?
Well, yeah, it sounds like women.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Who does bitch think Thea is? She's cute.
Why Nigel? This is Yahoo News article from Francesco Rigoli, a reader in psychology at the University of London. How cute. Says, why Nigel Farage spent his first campaign speech complaining that young people don't know what D-Day. I don't know, because it's insane that half of young people don't, and it's not just young people, it was up to the age of, what, 32?
But is that high?
That's not, yeah, it was like 18 to 30, I think, or 18 to 32. It's in that age range. Like 30 young, I mean, I'm 32, well, I'm about to be 34 in 3 days. But like, that's not exactly young people, I would say. I mean,
what
I guess
Aiden is trying to say, people, is give her super chats for her birthday.
No.
Yes, that is what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yes,
I'm
that is what you're saying.
It's not young people.
Don't listen to Aiden. Aiden is the girl women lie, and I speak women
I am
fluently.
legit. I'm legitimately.
I'm so glad my face is not on camera right now.
I know, because you're. Oh, I guarantee you're smiling like a smug little cunt. I'm not.
Wow, jeez, just the language is appalling. My dear.
Oh, this language! I know, you fucking little freer.
Aiden is so angry, like the words of rage don't even make sense. That's how mad Aiden is.
You freer. Farage is back. Announces candidacy, making a speech on London on Monday. But here's what they get. So they go on, they waffle on here for a bit. Research is here we go. Okay. He made a reference to other traditionalist populist beliefs. No, here we go. Yeah. Traditionalist populist motifs, including excessive taxation and soaring crime. You mean realities in the UK. Claiming that in modern Britain, you can go shoplifting and nick up to 20 quid's worth of kit before anyone is even going to prosecute you. But it's true.
Yeah,
probably get away with more than that. To bundle these issues together, Farage used the wider theme of national decline. You mean reality? There followed a lengthy tirade about young people not knowing what D-Day was. We listened to it. It wasn't that lengthy, even though we paused constantly. It was like 2 minutes. D-Day that was apparently based on a recent poll by the Commonwealth War Graves Commission that found that more than half of people aged 18 to 34. 30. So we're both in that age range. I guess we're young people.
Just about.
And we don't. It's expected that 34-year-olds wouldn't know about D-Day? Wouldn't know what D-Day is?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Aren't sure what happened on D-Day. This is for Farage is emblematic of an economic, social, and moral decline. He harkened back to D-Day as a moment of British pride, emphasizing how the nation is now far short of that moment. He chose this approach, reflecting upon the past rather than the future, because the theme of national decline resonates loudly among people with right-wing inclinations. Why is right-wing one word? Okay, whatever. Research in political science has widely documented that people on the right are more nostalgic about the past than people on the left. Yeah, and I just talked about a whole bunch of other research that shows that the left is morally bankrupt. Okay, we want to bring up that research? No? Of course not. That wouldn't be politically expedient. It is more common for people on the right to want to go back to the old days. Make America great again, for instance.
You mean like when they actually had a country?
Yeah, you mean like when things weren't shit.
Yeah, when everything was objectively better. We had less people. Yeah. There was less crime. Mm-hmm. The world was objectively better. People were like, oh, look, things were better in my day. Yeah, but things actually were objectively better. You can measure it.
By every measurable statistic.
Yes. Yeah, yes. There you go. Don't measure reality. Don't address reality.
Oh, no, because they don't believe in objective reality except when they do. Or when they pretend to, I should say. Research has shown that the right's nostalgia for the past has a specific communitarian behavior. That's funny, coming from probably a bunch of commie who wrote this. It is based on a longing for a time when communities were more united, ordered, and respectful of traditions. Oh, perish the thought. How terrible that in the past people could live in communities and not be afraid that their neighbors are going to kill them. Weird that. Unbelievable. For someone adopting this narrative, it's all too easy to be persuaded that immigration is the root cause of why community has lost its original cohesion. Cause. Because they're not Brits.
If the community is destroyed, then of course.
Yes, and they hate their host population. They outright do. They'll say it. Politicians who adopt this view can style themselves as the only people who can rescue the country, the only people who truly remember how good things used to be, and the only people who... they're not even denying, really, that things are worse now. This weird Yahoo article. That's why like this stuff's bizarre. This is so bizarre. You're not even denying it. You're just kind of like,
This is what he's doing,
yes.
but not telling people why this resonates. This is what I hate. Like, oh, this is
Yeah.
what he's saying. Like, yeah, okay. It's always the why. It's always the how, never the why with these people. Why do you think this resonates? Never just like, oh yeah, these just like, Hitler just
Oh, it's
randomly
because
walked
it's
into the
bad.
Third Reich and just totally.
Oh, it's republished from the Conversation. Oh, this website's insane. Yeah, okay.
And for some reason, Hitler was elected for no reason whatsoever.
It's by Laura Hood.
Oh, of course, the
Apparently.
fucking woman.
Yeah, this is obviously a woman wrote this. No shit.
I'm at the point right now. I'm very close to just saying, if a woman is talking, I just don't want to hear because like your opinion is worthless.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
blah,
basically
blah,
that.
Blah 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 blah.
Basically, it turns like a sexist.
Different. You listen to
version of-
me.
Yeah, but that's different. It's because you reason like a man.
A little bit.
And
Anywho, so
also
this
you
is their
hate- you hate
coping and
women more than
seething.
I do.
That's true.
And you
this is the
openly talk
coping and
about that.
seething. I mean, what an insane cope and seethe of, well, how dare you bring up D-Day? What? Why? Why do you think that 50% of Brits don't know what D-Day is? Because half of many of the people that were I mean, there is an education crisis for sure, like an actual education crisis of people being told to hate their country in the UK. They're being told that you're responsible for the greatest evils of all time. I think it may be worse in America, but
By
I'm
the
not
way-
sure how much worse.
By the way,
We didn't do empire stuff, but
by
kind
the
of
way,
did.
but this attitude, this like particular style of government, this is how you get a despot. Because people look at
Yeah.
the entrenched bureaucracy and go, there is no way in hell you're beating this system through like slow implementation. It's basically just a tick that is buried. And now we want something to blow it up. Because we don't want to
Let's blow it
go
up.
digging. Yeah, it's basically just we want to give one person as much power as possible to go and just say, well, we have two choices now. We're going to go in with a sword and just hack all of you to pieces, or you can leave peacefully. Basically the same way that like East Germany fell. Like Molbog talks about this, is that they just went in and went, you're going to be retired, you get a severance package, and that's basically long and short of it. There's no violence. You're just retired. It's basically just that's the nice way. Do I hear rain? Yes, there's a background noise of rain in the video. So
Yeah,
that's probably
I did think it would be, by the way, not
unfortunately
unrelated,
went that one.
but I thought it would be relevant to play this aspect of
Ah, yes, one of America's worst presidents.
yes, but this is it's pretty good. Oh, that's
Yeah, he was a
not
good
bad.
orator, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, this is speaking of D-Day, right? This is the fact that 56% don't know what it is. That's nuts to me. It's nuts, but it's not nuts.
Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation.
Yeah, Spoon and I, by the way, both hate FDR. I think, I mean,
Because he bankrupted the entire nation. And
not only that, but he massively expanded the power of the state. Like, if Lincoln did it, which he did, FDR just took that to a next level. So we're not fans of FDR. However, this is a good speech. I will say this, and considering that it is the anniversary of D-Day in 2 days, I believe. Worth listening to. 6/6. So tomorrow. Yeah. So tomorrow. Worth listening to.
This day have set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness in their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard. For the enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces, Success may not come with rushing speed.
This is a good speech from FDR, to be
but
fair.
we shall return again and again. And we know that by thy grace and by the righteousness of our cause, our sons will triumph. They will be sore tried by night and by day, without rest, until the victory is won. The darkness will be rent by noise and flame. Men's souls will be shaken with the violences of war. For these men are lately drawn from the ways of peace. They fight not for the lust of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate. They fight to let justice arise and tolerance and goodwill among all thy people.
I would say I agree with Coffee Drinker. Now, this is what I call propaganda, but it's a good speech.
Good propaganda.
It is absolutely propaganda, but it's a good speech. So, speaking of
and also,
propaganda,
he has the typical way of speaking in the old style of radio voice.
Well, I'm not really sure what happened.
Everything always sounds like it has a good pitch, and then it falls at the end to give a sort of dramatic flair to whatever it is you could possibly be saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly happened to American elocution, but it's...
A lot of drugs and people in the 1960s decided to shag themselves into a coma.
I suppose
Civil
so,
rights decided to taint the American landscape. It was once a place of proud white men. Now it is a race of degenerates.
True. However, I think I've been perplexed for years, by the way, of why it is that what happened with the American elocution, right?
How many of you guys want me to do a speech like that and I just like twinge it with like a...
yeah, do it. Pretty
like
good.
Like a radio... Because I know there's a setting on Adobe Audition where you can make it sound like a radio voice. As far as like the old-timey radio ones.
I don't think it's an accent. I think it was elocution. And cadence.
Yes.
And the American style of speech, because like again, if you hear radio recordings from the, you know, or whatever, any recordings of people talking from the 20s, 30s, 40s from America, they
sound like Garrus from Mass Effect is giving a speech.
They don't, but they the accent, such as it were, is more sort of analogous, I would say, to a British accent than it is to what you would call the modern American accent, which is basically being incapable of forming a sentence cogently.
I did give speech.
I don't mean that, and I mean that in terms of even if you were from the South, it's not because it's not about the accent, right? Because if you hear someone from the South speak as well, they speak in that same cadence. They speak in that same kind of way of slowing down. And I'm not one to talk because I talk very quickly and I'm not good at it. But anyway, I find that interesting.
You don't
so
speak
Trump.
quickly. I speak faster than you do, woman.
Are you joking? Like, have you watched my old videos from like 4 years ago? They're actually unlistenable.
Because
I used to talk so
4 years
fast.
ago.
Yeah, I know, right? Maybe it's 5, yeah. Damn.
It falls to me that the people in the chat have demanded that I do a speech in this particular cadence, and I will do the bidding of the people. I am a healthy capitalist, and the people have spoken.
Transatlantic, is that what that's called? That specific kind of style of speech? I would have called it non-regional diction, but transatlantic, is that what that named for the blending of American and British styles of speaking? Interesting. I didn't know the term. I would have called it non-regional diction, but yeah.
I imagine that a transatlantic means something else entirely.
People in the chat are saying that this is a specific type of diction.
Yeah, it's a broad.
Yeah, thank you, chat. We've all learned. See, we've learned more. Yeah, Mid-Atlantic is more similar to Russi pronunciation. That was a cultivated upper class affectation. Interesting, man. Guys, you in the chat know more about speech patterns than I do, which is
fascinating.
Well, I mean, it's not my area of expertise, but I am a communication weirdo, so like I probably should know that. I just don't.
Who was the person? Honestly, I don't say to me. It's John Henry Eden.
Huh? A lot of people
John
have
Henry
been
Eden.
part of.
Oh, wait, isn't John Henry Eden the guy from Fallout 3?
Fallout, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say. I think the best person I'd like to rip off is the guy who...
Yeah.
If you've seen... I think it's in Fallout 1 or 2. If you don't get the power armor and you stand in front of him and he screams his head off. The chat will know. I don't think you know what I'm talking about. Do you?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, the guy in the power armor, if you're just like,
Yeah.
where is your power? I mean, just like screams his freaking head
right.
off. That's so funny.
So, getting back onto the insanity. Yeah, and what my lack of accent, by the way, is, or whatever it is, my manner of speaking makes people think I'm an AI when I'm not speaking extemporaneously.
I don't know how the hell. I've also gotten that, but I've never.
Oh, it's just because people are freaked out about AI. That's all it is. And if you don't have your face on, and I think a lot of them, they want you to dox yourself, essentially. My face is all over the internet. I don't put my face on screen because it doesn't assist, in my opinion, with anything. I do sometimes when I think it's relevant.
I don't want my face on the screen because I'm pretty, and I don't want to be known as a guy who's pretty, and then people pay more attention to my
that's
face
always
than
been,
what I'm saying.
It's about being pretty. I just don't want people to talk about me being a woman. That's just like, I don't want people to make
that's
comments.
kind of difficult to do because once they hear your voice, they will immediately
no,
realize
but I mean,
you
like,
are a female,
but like,
you idiot.
Yes, but I don't want people to be like, whoa, like, oh, this, that, or the other, and like judging my appearance. Which, I mean, you're always going to judge on your appearance no matter what, regardless if you're male or female. But it's not relevant to what I'm talking about. Unfortunately,
Yes,
I mean,
which is why I'd rather be heard than seen.
I like listening to female voices talk about things. Yes, in terms of like documentaries and stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, I can't stand listening to women.
Do you know what I mean? Like
I
a
may be
woman
slightly
narrator.
jaded these days.
A little bit. Anywho, what was Trump convicted of? Details on the 34 counts of his guilty verdict. Hey, Spoon, would you look up for me Trump Rule 34? Because it's about this. It's related to this.
Go suck your head.
Suck my head? What does that mean?
That is a phrase from a movie called Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
Did you see that in Ferris Bueller's? I haven't seen Ferris Bueller's. Excuse me, I haven't seen that movie in
Yes.
probably like 20 years.
It's a great movie.
Trump's conviction in New York stemmed from a $130,000 hush money payment. He just told the horde. I mean, do you have to bring it back up? Yeah, why not?
What are we doing?
Why not? It's in this. So this whole thing is ridiculous, right?
Oh, with Trump?
Yes, that he's in all this trouble because of the hush money.
Oh, shut up. No one fucking believes that
Hush
shit.
money, come
on.
on.
Even people on MSNBC even just said, this is the flimsiest of things with regards to Trump. And so
Yeah, obviously.
if you're expecting like there's going to be some kind of a conviction from this shit, good fucking luck to you. That's not going to happen, which anyone with an ounce of sense would freaking know.
Yeah, this is it. Sorry, I know that this is absolute garbage tier quality, but this is the quality that it was uploaded to on YouTube, and it's in this video, so let's just watch it. For old time's sake, I have my issues now with some things regarding Dick Masterson, but this is still based, and I'll get when we get to the part that I'm referencing, we'll get to it, because I don't know where it is in this clip. I wasn't planning on this.
There's nothing more liberating and freeing to a woman than chauvinism. A woman has no responsibility.
I mean, at this point in time, he's kind of right.
This is a certified hood classic for a reason. Dick, chauvinist.
Because I don't expect her to get anything right. All women are whores. They trade sex for money, they trade sex for cars. How is prostitution illegal, but alimony isn't? They're basically the same thing. You're paying for the whore to leave.
That was it. You're paying for the whore to leave. Thank you, Dick. That was what I was looking for. You are paying for the whore to leave. Prosecutors said the deal was meant to keep voters in the dark about Daniel's alleged allegations that she had sex with Trump years earlier, which he denies. I don't even care. I don't care if they had sex. He paid for the whore to leave. You know what? Good. Way too much money to pay for a whore, but still.
Maybe she's a good lay. I don't fucking know.
I think he just literally was paying for the whore to leave. What was Trump convicted of? He was charged with 34 counts of falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a felony in New York. He pleaded not guilty where he was arraigned, when he was arraigned last year. In 2017, Cohen, Alan Weisselberg, really? Damn, son.
Are you picturing images in your head right now?
I'm not
rodent
getting,
with whiskers.
I'm not getting images. Hang on. Oh man, my brain. It's my brain. However, I'm not getting images, but I am getting a sound kind of in my head. Oh, there. I don't know what that strange music playing in my brain. Weaselberg. Anyway, alrighty.
Fucking
you couldn't even hear that, could you?
Yeah,
could
I could.
Reached an agreement about how Cohen will be repaid for the $130,000 he sent to Daniels in exchange for his silence. Look, this, by the way, is totally legal. Saying, I'm gonna pay, I mean, it's not actually hush money. It's saying, I'm gonna, like, look, let's, at least usually it's legal. We have made a legal agreement signed by attorneys that you're not gonna talk about this, okay? It's been looked over, it wasn't hush money, attorneys were involved.
By the way, did she not violate a non-disclosure
essentially,
agreement?
It's not an NOD, but it's more or less the same thing. That you're not supposed to talk about this.
Okay, so does she not... Is there not a capacity for her to settle legal recourse for doing that? Because I'd imagine what is the point of the non-disclosure?
There should be, but there's not going to be.
Okay, well that to me is kind of fucked up.
Was it actually an NDA? I can't remember the name of the exact agreement they came to, but it was like, you cannot talk about this. We're going to pay you money. It was all above board. This is the thing that's insane. Like, it was... companies, private entities, people pay other people to shut their fucking gobs every single goddamn day. She did sign 2 NDAs, so she broke her NDA. And for whatever reason, her NDA is multiple. And this is unbelievable. This is political persecutions. And why were the charges a felony? Under New York law, falsification of business records. So they're saying that he falsified his business records and said that him paying her this was essentially or him paying his lawyer, excuse me, and therefore also paying Stormy Daniels to shut the fuck up was a business expense. Well, it was, wasn't it? Kind of. I mean... How else to be charged as a felony, prosecutors must also show that the offender intended to commit another crime or aid or conceal another crime. So they're saying that the hush money part is the intention to conceal another crime, but
that also implies that the NDA
crime
itself was a crime.
Yes.
Another crime, which it was not.
Yes. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know a whole lot. I know a little bit about the law, but this is only a little. It's not my area of expertise. I know way too much about social science. That's my area of expertise.
You weirdo.
But this is clearly all a bunch of BS, right? Like, there's none of this it didn't make any sense from Jump Street, and it doesn't make any sense now, at all. We've been over it on multiple streams over the last year or two that this has been going on. Have we not, Spoon? Yes. And it's just this is ridiculous. Everyone knew this was ridiculous. It's going to have to go back. It will go to appeals, obviously. So why did they do it is the question. Because the judge knows that this will go to appeals, right? Because it's the wrong verdict. It's going to go back, obviously. So is this about demoralization? Is this about trying to give let the left think that they're winning? I'm not sure why they keep doing this stuff and losing, because it's insane. Yeah, it would be nice if there was a lawyer who law-splained the interwebs who could better explain this, which he has before, by the way, but he has explained this stuff.
I feel like you may be missing for a while.
Might be. Well, however, this is funny. I did get this from IMC Email Strong, but this is Ty the Fish is the person who posted this originally, and I hope that is the comedian here. This is pretty funny, though. At least I thought it was slightly amusing. So here we go, chat.
You have 34 felonies, right? Don't, he'll twist it, man. He'll make it fun. He'll make it cool. It's fine.
These guys were talented.
34 counts. Nobody's done it. Nobody can do that. Nobody can do it. 34. It's never been done. Our numbers are so big. These are big numbers. 34.
I like that. I'm sure that his audience is probably like a bunch of like I don't know this guy at all. I don't know about Ty the Fish, so I could be wrong. But this Trump impression is on point. They're probably clapping because they're happy he's been convicted. But I think the impression's on point, so I'm gonna play it.
El Chapo couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. 22 times. What a failure. Guilty.
It's so accurate though. Like even like the body language is so accurate.
22 counts. I said, what an amateur. 34. No, we're doing it. Al Capone couldn't do it. 27 counts, which is really beginner stuff. That's beginner stuff. He couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. The Zodiac Killer. Can you believe this? 9 counts. I go, this is it. What is this, amateur out of 9 counts? The Zodiac. I call him the Zodiac Loser. That's what I call him.
That is Trump's mannerisms to a fucking.
I mean, he did call Ted Cruz a loser, more or less, to be fair. So.
That's what I call. We are going to jail, and we are going to jail so quick and so strong, and nobody's going this quick. 2 days, we'll be there in 2 days.
You think this guy's anti-Trump? I don't care. It's still funny. I still find this funny. Yeah, Tyler Fischer. Check him out, I guess.
We're making felonies great again. That's what we're doing.
Biggest. If this guy is like a leftist, and I don't know, I'm not familiar with him. Sorry, but if he's a leftist, like I don't, you're not.
He's not a leftist.
Harmon. Oh, he's not. He's based. I mean, probably.
The reason I say he's not a leftist because he's funny.
Is that why? I mean, yeah, he couldn't be funny. I guess otherwise. This is actually good though.
I'll be out in the yard, right? The jail yard. Catch me outside.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Yeah, in the yard. Shackles. These are gonna be great shackles. Golden. We're gonna get the golden shackles. They say Trump's yard right there. Trump's yard.
I think that was great. I don't give a damn about. Oh, he's not. He's very based. Okay, X. I wouldn't actually care about his political orientation.
You could tell because he was saying like Trump was gonna be fine. I
guess so. I don't. If somebody's funny, they're funny. I don't really give a shit. But
yeah, well, that means they can only be right wing.
So So in response, or in reaction, I should say, Trump has raised $141 million,
which is not
in
really
fundraising.
a surprise, to be honest, because Trump, he always does this whenever he gets really bad news, according to sort of the leftist sphere. Mm-hmm. And then it's like, oh my goodness, Trump's going down. And then, oh shit, he just raised a shitload of money. It's like every bad thing that happens to me, he tries to basically turn it into a, how can we break campaign finance records? This is basically what he does.
I mean, it's just like
funny. That's actually what he does.
This is psychological reactance in action. You tell people you can't vote for this guy, you can't like this guy, you can't. We're gonna put him in prison. I'm very skeptical about why the left is doing this. Like I said, I think the AG in New York is like actually out of control and unhinged, and the Democrat Party at large can't control them, and they're kind of maybe having a bit of a freak out about it because this probably was not. They trust me. They want to punish Trump. They want to make it so he can't run, but this was such a
shit show.
Yes, such a non-issue. He paid Stormy Daniels legally via his lawyer to shut up about his personal life, and that's now giving him 34 felony charges. That's insane. Everyone who is not insane knows it's insane. Even a lot of probably crazy people, or like slightly crazy people, can look at this and go, I'm not sure about that one. That seems a little bit odd. In terms of its effect on the polls, as you can see here, it's fucking nothing. Now, I think that the crazy judge and her whole court probably were hoping that this would be like, Trump's a felon, he's a convict. would help them, but
To Fanny?
yeah. But look at this.
If you are
it's not
black and you
changed
don't
at all.
know, if you're black and you don't know that making somebody a felon
Look at this.
is fucking chops for like a cultural thing, then you're a moron.
It's actually not done shit. It's like 1 point differences potentially in Trump's favor. It's not done anything. Didn't even help Trump that much. Yeah, I mean, like
at this point in time, most people already know what they want to vote for.
Yes, they already know. Bringing up bullshit stuff like this, we all know he's not going to go to jail. They already did this one before.
Yes.
He's been on Dragon was in Daily Wire's Lady Ballers. Thank you, Kevin. I didn't know that, but that was a good bit. And his Trump impression was absolutely, on fleek. So this hasn't done anything. Trump supporters don't care. Nobody cares because you already pulled these shenanigans. You just keep doing them. Nobody gives a damn. However, there is a little bit of seething, and I always enjoy a little bit of seething, such as from George Stephanopoulos here, who's going to seethe and cope when faced with reality that Trump didn't do anything wrong, actually, and two, this is a political witch hunt, which we've been saying the entire time. Because it is, demonstrably.
Well, but hold on a second, George. President Trump may have said that, but after he entered office, he certainly didn't weaponize the Department of Justice to pursue his political opponents the way that we've seen President Trump and his political allies act in the last couple of years. Remember, this case in New York, it was called the zombie case.
President Biden, not President Trump.
No, this is one of Trump's attorneys.
No, I know.
Oh, sorry.
He said what he just said. He should have said Biden, not Trump.
Oh, yeah.
It sat and sat and sat. It could have been brought at any point after 2020. And then suddenly, when President Trump announced his campaign for president, was dusted off, rushed in front of a grand jury, and then rushed into court.
Yep.
You want to talk about the politicization of the legal system? I mean, this is Exhibit A. It's absolutely unprecedented.
Sure is. Sure is, brother.
In American history. It's not the way that our campaigns are supposed to be run. We contest elections at the ballot box, not in the courts in this country.
Well, ballot box is a literal
unless you're a Democrat, in which case you do.
In which case you can stuff it. But yes, and you can stuff it in both senses. You're going to stuff the ballot box, and you can also get stuffed. But watch Stephanopoulos have a bit of a melty here. He just said that the reality is, look, this is a political witch hunt. There's nothing here. It's going to go back to appeal. This has happened at this time for this reason, for purely political reasons. They had years to try him with this. They chose right now for this reason to try and screw over his campaign. It's so transparent, right? Anywho, let's watch George have a little bit of a melty.
That is true, but of course we've never had a former president or a presidential candidate facing the kind of charges that the president faced because of his own activities, and of course
because the charges are literally, and I'm using the word intentionally, trumped up. Okay, yeah, that's why, because you all created this shit over a relatively normal kind of
interaction,
legalistic procedure of, I'm gonna pay you to not talk about our personal interactions, and I'm going to have it signed by a bunch of attorneys, so it is all legally binding. But now it's like, oh, but he fucked a prostitute.
Who cares?
Yes, and. And he paid her to not talk about it, so it wouldn't screw up his marriage. Yes, and.
How many of you fucked on an Epstein Island?
Say again? Sorry?
Like, how many of them fucked on an Epstein Island?
Again, the irony. Now they'll say, well, Trump went to Epstein Island all these times, which he did. Let's be fair. But
so did Bill Clinton.
Come on now. Look, exactly. They all did.
27 times.
I would hope Trump didn't do anything, on Epstein Island. But
I don't think Trump would.
I don't think he did actually, because Trump is such a
he's kind of
strange,
wholesome.
No, it's more that he's a what's the right word?
Man.
No, I'm trying to think of there's a word for it. He's a germaphobe, yeah. I don't think he would. He's a well-known germaphobe. I can't imagine that he would get involved in salacious activities at Epstein's Island. However, I could be wrong. I could very easily be wrong. But they don't have proof, and they don't want to talk about Epstein's Island, because if they talk about Epstein's Island, they got to talk about every other Democrat who was involved in that stuff. So, yeah. I don't know. I don't know the truth about that. I think it's all skeevy, but I'm not sure about Trump's involvement.
And has nothing to do with the Department of Justice. Finally, what do you expect from the sentencing process?
What do you mean it has nothing to do with the Department of Justice?
Because he's just making shit. It doesn't have anything to do with it.
About, dumbass?
We're just allowed to make shit up. We're just allowed to make shit up because it's our party. It's our.
It's a legal case, you fucking idiot. How does it not have anything to do with
the
the Department of
democracy. No, because it's Georgia's democracy, not yours. Remember, it's our democracy, not yours.
Disagree that the district attorney in New York was not politically motivated here, and I vehemently disagree that President Biden and his political allies aren't up to their necks in this
Unbelievable
prosecution.
to think he wouldn't.
There's no evidence of that, sir. There's no.
Are you
I'm not
fucking kidding me?
I'm not going to let you continue. You mean the obvious
And then you wonder why
Bragg,
you're hated by the
DA Bragg
regime.
ran like his entire political running.
Same with the AG for New York.
Yes, the AG Alvin Bragg. His entire platform was, "I'm gonna go after Trump." Oh, that black woman.
Well. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember her name, but off the top of my head. But Alvin Bragg's entire thing was the same. Yes, it was the same thing. Is that I'm going to go after Trump. I'm going to try and politically persecute him and prosecute him. That was what they ran on. And then they said it openly, and then it happened. Say again?
Letitia James, I think was her name, wasn't it?
Letitia, that sounds correct, but I can't recall off the top of my head. But Alvin Bragg, that was what they both ran on this shit, and then they went and did it, which I guess means that, good God, the Democrats are more Fannie Willis, yes.
No, the one before
Fawny. Oh, right before Fawny Willis. Yeah, it's been a number of them, but all of them have said publicly. All of them have publicly said that, like, they're going to use their positions of legal power to attack Trump. I don't know how stupid you have to be to say that stuff, but apparently it's because the people who support you, yay democracy, are so
insane.
They are one, dumb, and two, insane, that they do not care about the rule of law. That's why they love the Fannie Willis was the one in Georgia. Yes, thank you. They don't care about the rule of law whatsoever because, of course, they don't. Rule is for thee, but not for me. Or in this case, vice versa. Yeah, don't prosecute innocent. And by that I mean he didn't do nothing. People like
teens,
Saint George Floyd for pointing a fucking handgun at a pregnant woman's belly. No, he's a good boy. Didn't do nothing, right? But no, we have to throw the book at Trump, even though the book doesn't have anything in it about this, and it makes no sense. It is and it's so silly because again they said overtly that they were going to go after him as a form of political persecution, and they've done it. And they maybe don't say it out loud, but I think they feel so confident in their nonsense, they can't even see. Maybe they don't care. Perhaps is more accurate. They don't care how overt it is that this is a witch hunt. They just don't give a shit, which I find odd. What do you think about that, Spoon? Why do they not care that it's obvious that they're doing a witch hunt?
Because the supporters will believe any kinds of shit. That's what people have to remember. You can think society is not based on ration. I literally just did a video about this where I just said you have to think of people. I said this in a video like years ago where people are. You have to think of the narrative as a fuel, and the fuel is diesel. And if you have a petrol head, then you just look at that and go, "That's not going to move me. That just is going to make me puke. It's just going to make me think. It's retard juice." Whereas if you have a diesel engine, you will swallow that shit, and not only will you swallow that shit because the shit isn't based on rationality and logic. It's just based on whatever the regime tells you. So if you have this perception in your head of Trump is evil, megaloman, madman, then anything that sounds remotely believable to that narrative, they will believe even if there's no fucking facts to it whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's basically like a religion. It's like, will this fit our religious view of the regime? Yes. And at which point you're basically dealing with people who will swallow fucking anything. which is quite creepy because I don't know how you basically deprogram someone from that kind of mindset, but that is essentially why they are the way they are. Which again,
I think, as Lance
terrifying.
well put, they're not stupid, they're just evil. I think they are both, actually, Lance.
I think they're stupid, and therefore they are evil.
Yeah, I would. Let's get back to George's little melty here, though.
Is petrol what I'm drinking? No,
just zero
I
evidence
can't
of
drink
that.
petrol.
Well, how about the
DA
fact
in
that
Manhattan
Matthew
is
Colangelo was standing over Alvin Bragg's shoulder when he announced this verdict? I mean, Colangelo was the #3 official in the Biden Department of Justice who suddenly disappears and shows up as an assistant district attorney.
Weird.
Right as Trump's case in New York starts to proceed.
How odd.
You want to talk about political? You want to talk about political?
You can shake your head all you like, George. It's the reality of it. You know that this is all corrupt. That this is all set up. This is all fake. I actually think I think the reason George has to, like I said, actually has to act the way that he is because he knows it's all fake and gay. He knows it's fake and gay, and he knows that it's actually not a good. It was not probably the right move, but they have so much animus towards Trump because you've martyred him, you idiots. We'll see what happens, I suppose.
This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do. No, it's not. This has nothing to do with President Biden. Do you want to answer the question about the sentencing process?
Yes,
or not?
it does.
It has everything to do with President Biden, as we're about to see. But yeah.
I completely disagree that this has nothing to do with President Biden. With respect to sentencing, as I said before, we're going to vigorously challenge this case on appeal. I don't think President Trump is going to end up being subject to
not him. You're going to be fine. Trump will be. This will be appealed successfully, I believe, based on my limited knowledge of the law, because it's on a nothing ground. That everything was signed off on by his attorneys. This is absurdist. 34 goddamn counts makes no sense.
Any sentence whatsoever, and we look forward to getting this case into the next court and taking this again all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court if necessary to vindicate President Trump's rights.
Thanks for your time this morning.
Yeah, enjoy your little melty, George. He's obviously not the only one. However, what I did say
That
earlier,
kind of looks a lot like Mr. House.
He does.
Just
What
put
I've
a
also
mustache
found
on him.
interesting, Spoon, is that I've seen the lefties aren't having the kind of meltdown I would have expected. By that I mean, like, they're not celebrating out in the streets the way I would have
Because they don't know anything
anticipated.
about law.
I think it's more because they do know that this is fake and gay, and they know that this is
Presidential candidate
nothing.
RFK.
But RFK, now, I am
He's a lunatic.
very skeptical of RFK, but he's got some interesting points on this, I think, that are worth listening to. So let's listen to RFK here for a moment.
RFK Jr. joins me now. What do you think happened down there in Lower Manhattan today?
I think, Jesse, that it is going to backfire. This conviction is going to backfire on the Democrats. I think every time that President Trump has been indicted, that his approval ratings actually increase, his popularity increases. I think there's a large number of Americans who are going to see this as the politicization of and the weaponization of the enforcement agencies.
It is.
And I think it's going to hurt. It's bad for our democracy. I think the Democrats.
He said the word. He said the word. I don't have my soundboard up. Otherwise, I'd play the word. But
Feel like they have the DNC feels like it has a candidate that cannot win fair and square in the polls, and so they have to win in the courts. They have to win by clearing the deck and getting their other opponents out of the race. I'm not a fan of President Trump's, but I want to win. I want to beat him in a campaign on a level playing field.
No way in hell.
I want to talk about his issue.
There's no way in hell, RFK.
no, yeah, like, come on, Robert. You have no goddamn chance in hell. But RFK is still doing this stuff where he's trying to play this kind of
centrist
middle
figure.
ground, and the problem is that you really can't. You can't continue to pretend to be a Democrat, which he is, and then also pretend to be a supporter of Donald Trump or pretend to be a supporter of civil rights of any sort or human rights in the United States under the legal system. So I mean, like, I don't know really. This is his
moment.
Maybe Hail Mary. I wouldn't say that. This is more
Not
like
far
him
off
just
from that.
he's playing the game. He is playing the game, right? And don't trust RFK. But it's interesting to see when they say stuff like this.
It was about locking down the economy, shutting down 3.3
No, he's
million
not a
businesses,
centrist.
about running up a $34 trillion debt, about engaging us in forever wars and doing favors for Wall Street. I don't want to beat him in a courtroom. I think it's not good for our country, and I think it's really going to backfire on the Democrats.
Well, I think maybe you have a little bit more honor than the sitting president, that's for sure. Your uncle was the head of the DOJ, and then eventually was ensnared in similar vicious, elite, and very dangerous circles, your father and your uncle. Do you see any similarities with what is going on now today?
Well, my father was the attorney general. His first
That's
week
what
in
Jesse
office,
just said to you.
He called up in 1961, he called in all the division heads and the bureau chiefs of the Department of Justice, and he said, rule number one, politics is out the window. We never prosecute based upon politics. We never ask whether somebody's Democrat or Republican.
Well, that's never been the case. I mean, that's a cute idea, but that's never been the case. Intergroup animus, intergroup conflict always colors politic. Like, it's cute to say that, Robert, but that's not, that's not real.
The reason he did that was because he understood how important it is for our country, the American people, to have faith that the judicial system is neutral, that all of us need to respect it. If we start believing that it's politicized, it's terrible for our country, and that's one of the reasons.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's not that we believe it's politicized, it's just we can fucking see it's been politicized.
Yes, we can
politicized
see it.
since its fucking
Robert.
beginning.
We all know this is happening, Rob. Dude, come on. It's not... Yeah, exactly. It's not being obfuscated, like you said.
Prosecutors, even when there's a case against a former president, like there was with President Nixon and many, many others, that they usually err on the side of caution, of not bringing it because...
Look, guys, by the way, real quick, RFK's voice is not his fault. He literally can't help it. But it does make it so he is unelectable to be. He can't be president with that voice. And I don't mean that. I'm not. I feel.
Yeah, it's just political reality.
It's just a political reality. Sorry. Well, no, I'm not sorry because you're a hack. And I think the people on the conservative kind of side who are looking at RFK is oh, he's a leftist, but he's based. Come on now. Not really. Or he's a Democrat, but he's the only one who will talk to us. Not really. He's giving platitudes. That's what I think is clear.
He is a insane leftist in basically everything except the vaccines.
Yeah.
Risk making ourselves look like
we don't care
like a banana republic where nobody really actually runs the election. If there's somebody who's going to run against you, you get rid of them one way or another. And and this was part of our history in England when when the king was running it, he'd choose his prime minister and his parliament member.
The king chose his prime minister. The king chooses the prime minister.
I think he means in King George's time.
Okay. I was going to say, wait a minute, what? Okay, he's talking historically, all right.
And people who ran against them, he would lock them up. So this was a sensitivity that we had from the beginning that we need to be very, very careful about separation of powers.
Well, RFK Jr., you know why that they're getting away with it is because the media lets them. If we had a fair press in the United States, they wouldn't even be tempted to pull these stunts. They wouldn't be trying to incarcerate their rivals.
Fucking thank you, Jesse. Exactly. I mean, I hate to agree with a Fox News host, but he's completely correct.
Yeah, Jesse's okay.
Yeah, Jesse's fine. But, yes, if there was any kind, if this was a real democracy, there's quotations around all of that, or a republic, then this wouldn't be the way this was working, that you can just demonize your and politically persecute and prosecute your political rival. This wouldn't be the case.
And indict people for threatening their power? It's the media that's letting them get away with it because they're just not held accountable in the court of public opinion.
Yeah, I agree with that, Jesse. I think there's tribalism in the media, and a lot of them have forgotten what journalism is. A lot of them have forgotten about what integrity is. And we
No. They know what integrity is. They intentionally flaunt and disregard it. This is why, I wanted to play this clip again. It's I guess okay that RFK has even he's saying this is a little scuffed. But understand, RFK is not on our side. He's not our guy, and he's trying to kind of position himself as the reasonable alternative to Trump.
Be like the Bill Maher of politics.
Yeah, You're not, though, and you are not a reasonable alternative.
Just across the board. But what I would say to people is, in the Democratic Party is, even if you won this way, what is it going to do to our country? If half the people in this country have the anger and the rage and feel like that they're the person, that they're a champion, that the candidate that they wanted to vote for has been taken off the table. When I was growing up, the Democratic Party was the party of getting everybody to vote, of making sure nobody got this.
Oh, they still do that. They just now
involve illegals.
Get the dead to vote. Yeah.
Franchise. The modern Democratic
we need
Party
we need to represent the dead demographic, obviously.
Get rid of as many possibilities for voters as possible, and it's not a good thing for our country.
It's changed. The party's changed. The country's.
Let's, however, listen to what Vivek has to say, shall we?
I want to thank my colleagues, Governor Burgum, Congressman Mills, and Congressman Donalds for laying out the political backdrop here. This is a politicized persecution that is nakedly apparent. What I want to do is dive a little bit deeper into what we...
Yeah, I don't trust Vivek, by the way. I've said this many times. I don't trust Vivek. I don't trust RFK at all. I don't trust anybody. Yeah, that's true. Trust no one. Good slogan from the X-Files, which I've been rewatching recently. But Vivek, at least, his style of speech and presentation is far more on point. He is far closer to the goal in terms of saying the right things, and by that I mean the correct things, not just like right politically. It might, for him, and why I think he's doing it is because he knows that this is expedient to him politically. However, it's also correct. Both things can be true at the same time.
We actually learned today in that courtroom. What do we see in there? First of all, I learned a lot from being in there in person. It is one of the most depressing places I have been in my life, but it is fitting because the only thing more depressing than the environment of that courtroom is what's actually happening in there. It's straight out of a Kafka novel. The prosecution's main strategy appears to be to bore the jurors into submission. And if you look at
it's Kafkaesque. This is great. I do like this. It is Kafkaesque.
In that direction, sadly, it may appear to actually be working. Now, I would like for anybody here in the press, anybody at home, anybody at MSNBC or the media afterwards, to clearly state what exactly is the crime.
And yes, you are very right, Arturo Serranos. Vivek has been very consistent on one thing, which is that he has been extremely supportive of Trump. And I will give him that 100%. He does talk a little bit quickly. I turned this up by like 1.25, but let's go back. I did listen to Farage at normal speed, so let's go back to that.
That Donald Trump committed. Oh, wait. We have not heard a good answer to that question. It has been vague until today. You heard Michael Cohen's testimony, after which I would say it is less clear than ever what that crime actually was. They'll say falsifying business records. Well, let's look at who did we learn falsified business records today? Yet, what, hour, 2 hours, felt like it could have been 7 hours, of Michael Cohen talking about how he falsified business records. Okay, so you have a guy who has been a perjurer in the past that is now saying he falsified business records. What is the crime that Donald Trump committed? Now, it appears to be what they might allege is some sort of bookkeeping error or whatever. The real bookkeeping that we need accounting of is Judge Merchan's own family member collecting millions of dollars as a Democratic operative, using the existence of this trial as a fundraising ploy for Democrats. This is unconscionable. Imagine the same shoe fit the other foot.
But he's obviously right. This is all just give us money. Trump bad. Trump is a felon. Give us money. I think Vivek's right on that 100%. I would say at least he's closer to the mark than most people are. And I gotta say, I do like Vivek. I don't trust him at all, and that's I don't know why I don't trust him.
He's not white.
No, I don't even think that's why. Maybe I think it's because I see him as not an American, even though he clearly is, and maybe that that's probably like some form of No, I don't think so, because I wouldn't. No, because there's tons of there's a good number of politicians who.
It's okay to say that you want someone who looks like you.
But no, that's not true though. That's not true though. No, Spoon. Who again? I always bring this up. Who is one of our favorite? Who's our favorite Supreme Court justice?
Asking me why this? My one right now, probably Samuel Alito, if I'm being honest.
You think you're over Thomas?
Yes.
Unbased, my dude. What? I mean, Alito has a very good track record, but No, it's Thomas. So it's not about the color of your skin. I just don't there's something about Vivek that I just don't, that gives me, and this is not quantifiable and I can't even explain why it is, but I'm skeptical and suspicious of Vivek.
He's too slick.
He is a little slick.
Too polished.
He's a little slick, but maybe he is legitimate. I goddamn hope he is.
No,
I would much rather hope he is than that he's not. Would you not?
Yeah, but
Do you not hope that he's real about this?
Yeah, I don't run on hope because I'm a guy. I have a penis.
I'm not saying it's about. I'm saying, would you not prefer that he's real rather than fake?
Well, yeah, but I would prefer a whole bunch of things.
Sure.
Imagine if it was Joe Biden that was on trial. You had a Republican judge whose son was collecting millions of dollars as a Republican operative. What would you all be saying? This would not be justice. This is injustice at its worst. So let's go even a layer deeper, right?
But I would say we need to stop this whataboutism stuff, because the reality is that the left does not care about whataboutism. They do not play by our rules. They don't care about rules. They don't give a shit. Okay. So whataboutism is pointless. I mean, it's funny when you point it out. It is funny, but the left could not give one iota of a damn less about the fact that they do not play by their own rules or the standards by which they hold other people.
They don't play by any rules.
Exactly. They just do whatever the hell they want.
Go along.
Yep.
Well, let's go even a layer deeper, actually. The alleged crime here is supposedly, they try to point to this every day, that he does not actually use campaign funds, that he used personal funds. Well, let's get this straight. Suppose Donald Trump had used campaign funds to make a personal...
Wait. His punishment is that he used his own money.
Yes, that is why. He didn't use campaign funds. He literally used his own money. I mean, again, this is why this is absurdist. It is a political persecution, and that's why I think it's not changed the polls.
Well,
because
that says a lot, by the way. So you're upset that a guy is able to use his own money. So basically, you're upset that he can't be bribed.
Apparently.
That's interesting. How dare you use your own money? How dare you manage to attain political office in a manner that makes you not controllable? Wow. What a great republic you fucking live in, you skeevy bunch of
I know, but that
cunts.
is the state. That's the state in which we exist, I suppose. Patrick Bet David, is that what you mean by PBD? Was mad at him for Aiden, Vivek, and Patrick Bet David. I think you mean PBD. So you mean by that? All say the same shit, but when they talk about emperor or kings, they mention their race being better. Spoon is right. I was listening to them expose themselves. Interesting. I haven't heard that.
No. I'm gonna defend that because of course you're gonna say that. It's like where you come from. Like that's your heritage.
Sure.
So
do you know what he's talking about though? With this.
No, but I don't really think that's. I mean, for goodness sake, Patrick Bet Davis is Iranian, right? So obviously he's gonna defend the regimes of his country folk.
I say Davis. My bad.
Yeah. So like. I think that's fairly fucking normal. So like, I'm not that bothered by that. For God's sake, he was a German, he can defend the Kaiser, so
sort of.
Yeah, that's fairly fucking normal.
In group again, as I said, there is research on this. The only group of all people that has a outgroup proclivity is whites, in that they say that they prefer non-whites over whites, and that is pure propaganda. There's no way. That is a half century of educational white hatred being taught to people.
Guilt.
Yeah, of white guilt. Yes.
Expense. They'd be going after him for that. So if they're going to get him going or they're going to get him coming, that is the best proof that this is a politicized sham. Let's go through it piece by piece. If you tell somebody to go buy you a suit and you want to look good on television because that'll affect the voters, the way voters vote for you. You know what? They prosecute politicians if they use campaign funds to buy a suit. If they say, go get a haircut, if you use campaign funds to get a haircut because you want to look good to the voters, they will actually prosecute you for using campaign funds.
Well, allegedly they would, but they don't actually do that, typically speaking. Still, I get his point.
For a personal expense. Yet the entire legal theory of this case, the whole case that Alvin Bragg has brought, depends on one premise for them to charge this as a felony. Is that Donald Trump somehow should have used campaign funds to make an allegedly personal payment. Yet if he had done that, their case against him would be even stronger. This is garbage. That is the best proof that you...
Yeah, again, they've admitted they can't prove that he used campaign funds, but if he did use campaign funds, then we could charge him on more points. Excuse me, what? Or on more counts? That doesn't make any sense. All of your counts are on the fact that he used campaign funds, and you can't prove he used campaign funds, but you're saying in the same breath that, well, if he used campaign funds, it'd be even worse. What the fuck? It's complete and utter hogwash. It's cyclical, not even cyclical reasoning, it's nonsensical reasoning. Because these people do not live in reality.
Am I the only one who finds suspicious that he knows the law this really well?
I think Vivek has a background in law. Does he not?
Does he?
Well, he's a businessman, but he might have some background. Does he not have some kind of background in law? It doesn't matter.
No idea.
But he's completely right here. He is completely on the mark. And I've not heard anyone else lay it out this succinctly. Vivek fucking decimated these little homies.
You have that if they're going to get him going or get him coming, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. This is a sham. This is not the United States of America.
This
is a
sham.
Third-rate banana republic.
If you do, if you don't.
If this were happening in another country, we would be laughing at them as a sham democracy. I am ashamed as an American citizen to sit here in a courtroom watching the former leader of the free world, and let's be honest, likely next leader of the free world, sitting with the indignity in this dingy third-rate courtroom with fourth-rate prosecutors and a fifth-rate lawyer on the stand as a witness. Who actually is violating attorney-client privilege left and right. Nobody's even talking about that.
Oh, yeah, isn't that curious? No one's talking about attorney-client privilege right now because apparently every single aspect of American law has been just relegated to the fucking sewer as far as it concerns Donald Trump. Any single right that you have, any single you followed all the legal rules. You can have lawyers up there violating their attorney-client privilege, which should lose him his goddamn law license. But it doesn't matter because it's Donald Trump, and I find all of this, to me, I'm like, I have to wonder, what's the political strategy here? Why are they going this hard? But why are they going this hard in such an egregious and obviously insane and indefensible way against Trump? I find it to be, why?
That's what I spoke to
Scrump about, I suppose.
To Harry about, because he
and
Harry,
and I,
yeah. Yeah, well, Scrum seems to think there's a plan. Harry and I were more confused because I just looked at this and because we were basically looking at AA and Orange Point because AA thinks Trump wants the regime wants Trump, and okay, hypothetically, we were sort of looking at that. And we're thinking, okay, let's say that is true. What exactly is the regime's plan? Why are they going so heavy? Like, is this to guarantee? My hypothetical, and this is completely insane because I don't think this is actually true.
Okay.
It almost looks like they want to burn as much of it as they can in the hopes that Trump fixes their fuck up.
Maybe.
I know that's not true, but I can't see any other reason. Like, why are you trying to burn so much of the machinery? I just think I'm struggling to make sense of it because it doesn't make any sense to me.
It perplexes me as well, Spoon. It really does.
So this is a shame on the spirit in our country's history, but we will get through it and be stronger because you know who ultimately actually cast the vote on this case? It's not just the jurors in that jury box. It's every one of you at home. It's every American who votes this November to say no to the weaponization of justice. And if you're at home, you may say, you know what, I don't agree with everything Donald Trump's ever said. You know what, I may not agree with some of his policies even though they were great policies for 4 years. But you do agree, whether you are Democrat or Republican or black or white or gay or straight or man or woman, that our justice system should be blind to politics. That regardless of whether your last name is Biden or Trump, regardless of whether you've been a politician or not, you get a fair shake in our own legal system. And when you have a prosecutor who campaigned on the pledge of going after Trump and then keeps his campaign pledge, when you have a judge whose kids are collecting money from Democratic operatives by fundraising off the very trial that judge is presiding over, and then telling the U.S. president...
Good God, he's a very excellent orator.
I was going to say,
he's gone off here. And he's completely correct. Again, Alvin Bragg ran on the platform of, I'm going to go after Trump. How can you possibly take this shit seriously when the prosecutor involved, their entire political platform by which they were elected is, I'm going to politically persecute this person, and then they go out and do it. saying doesn't matter. We don't give a shit if it's legal or not. We're just doing it.
That he's subject to a gag order, that he can't talk about it. That is not justice. That is a bastardization of what this country was founded on. And I'm here, and all of us are here as friends of Donald Trump, supporting him in our personal capacity, sharing our opinions. That's why we're here today. But I hope every American at home who isn't able to be in that courtroom is able to see what's actually happening there. And when you do, we will have a landslide of historic proportion this November if every American understands the injustice that's playing out in that courtroom today. So may God bless our country. I pray for our future, and let's pray for our country being stronger on the other side of this disgusting sham politician.
He's president in 2028, by the way. Yeah, I think it's unquestionable. I mean, it'd be really hard to beat.
He's trying to call himself as Trump's VP.
I mean, I think he's president in 2028. He's running for that. That was fantastic. And he's always fantastic. I don't trust him, like I said. But even I'm thinking, damn, man, he's very gifted at political oration.
The thing is, for me, it's about how you appear. And
yes, of course it's about how you appear. That's why democracy is gay and cringe.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, America doesn't respond well to an orator. America wants a badass.
It's incorrect.
No, it isn't.
No, database, that's incorrect.
I don't care what data says, I go by what I see.
I mean, are you aware of the famous experiment that was conducted on the Kennedy Nixon debate?
Nixon one, yes.
Yes. So, people care about what you say, and if you're a good orator, even if you're, doesn't matter what you look like. Of course, Kennedy was cute, etc. Oh, good point, though, Yuho, that people said the same things about DeSantis. And again, we will get to this super chats, but again, true. Times do change. Let's look at a couple other things related to this.
Trump is not a good orator in his debates.
Trump is an excellent orator.
Compared to what we just saw? No, he's not.
No, compared to I think maybe.
What Trump has is stage presence.
Mm.
And stage presence can count for a lot. You don't need to say much. It's just
so you were actually saying presence versus speaking skills.
Yes.
Okay.
It's about, do you have a larger than life figure? And Trump definitely has that. Like, if Trump walks in the room, he can say nothing, but he will fucking own the room because he's Donald fucking Trump.
Yeah, everyone stops.
There is no one on that fucking platform that has remotely that kind of energy. Like, Trump will walk into a room and goes like, I am the fucking granddaddy, and I own this room. They
might be screaming, but they are only focused on him. Yeah, that's true.
And that's what makes Trump so effective. He has that kind of just raw magnetic power.
So let's look at a bit of the Biden response to all of this. Here's Biden's.
Was this when we looks like he shit himself?
I think it's Biden's initial response.
Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Should he be on the ballot, sir?
He just kind of walks away. Yeah.
I don't think he actually knows what's going on.
No, he doesn't. Of course he doesn't. But that was his initial response, which is to smile because he's an evil motherfucker and then just walk away.
I don't actually think it's that. I think he's just smiling because he literally has no fucking idea what's going on.
Yeah, I agree. Then he started to give actual responses because he had to. Oh, wait, no.
Do you think the conviction will have an impact on?
Sorry, excuse me. Excuse me. Here it is. There we go.
The threat that Trump poses is greater in his second term than the first. It's clear that when he lost in 2020, and I mean this sincerely,
he didn't lose, but okay.
Something snapped in Trump. He just can't accept he lost.
He did. I mean, he didn't lose. He won. That's why he can't accept it, because y'all did a little fortifying.
That's why on January 6th, what happened?
Oh my god, this stop. This is such a
Also, sorry, I can't make it louder. I know it's quiet.
This is such a cliched fucking political speech.
I know.
Oh, it's so cringe.
Yeah, compare and contrast versus Vivek. Holy good god.
But
compare and contrast this political speech versus Vivek.
It's so plastic. It's so typical politician, and it's so fucking boring. Trump lost in 2016, and then he went down to January 6th. Man. The Trump was like he has this certain very boring cadence. And it's funny if you watch Biden talk like in the early 2000s. He sounds like much more erudite, actually.
I'll be very honest. Biden used to be, when he was not demented,
quite a competent statesman.
Yes, he was actually a effective statesman. He was very effective at getting the things that he wanted done, in part through his verbiage. And now he's just this fucking skeleton puppet. And you're supposed to want to vote for this guy. But here he goes.
Trump tried to challenge the election, failed. So it unleashed an insurrection.
He unleashed an insurrection? No, the American people did that, and also it was an insurrection, so go top yourself, dude.
Now he's running again. He's not only obsessed about losing 2020, he's clearly unhinged.
Coming from you.
I was in the middle of smoking my vape, like, coming from you, little homie? Really? Coming from you, Trump is unhinged? I mean... Sorry, I'm having a bit of a giggle. I mean, it'd be funny if it weren't so sad as to the absolute state of these losers, right? Yeah, Trump's the unhinged one, not you, who's so demented you shit your pants constantly.
Just listen to him. He calls the erectionists who stormed.
He called the erection? He said erection there, did he not? He did say erection. He said erection, 100%. Listen to it. I know it's really low. I know it's really low, guys, but Spoon, you can hear it, okay, right?
Yeah.
Did he or did he not just say erection? Let's replay it.
It sounds like it, yeah.
He calls the erectionists who stormed.
It was erection. He said erection.
Stormed Capitol Hill patriots. He says if reelected, he wants, quote, every one of them pardoned.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you.
Because he didn't do shit, you weirdo.
What do you think he would have done on January the 6th if black Americans had stormed the Capitol?
A bunch of them were black.
By the way,
this is insufferable.
This is... you know, this reminds me of... There was...
What does it remind you of?
There was a... Oh, it's a deleted tweet right now. It's shitty. Because it was a good tweet. It was... I kind of want to do a video on this, actually. Well, use it for a video. But it featured this woman of color, and she said the most insane sentence. It was like... How... It's something along the lines of... how can I say this? How the minority rainbows of color are most affected by climate change. Just how much bullshit regime slogan can I cram into a single sentence?
Put more fucking buzzwords in your nonsense.
Yes, and the words in the tweet was, they're just like rats who find out what linguistic buttons to press to get the food pellet.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
And it's like that.
Skinner
like
box,
that,
yes.
Yeah, that's what you're dealing with here. It is just a bunch of stupid politicians that just say buzzwords to get a reaction from the crowd. You're basically just dealing with a bunch of fucking rodents.
Yeah,
and it
they're
sounds
NPCs.
exactly the same. It's,
and Biden is
when you listen and speak and you hear that, you're basically like it's like that in
Biden is the
audible
quintessential
form.
NPC in that way. Yes.
Yes. Oh my good God! And it just every time when I look at something in any political perspective right now, that sentence goes through my head of just how many buzzwords am I hearing to just get like the sugar bomb reaction from the crowd, because that is basically what these people are. They're just fucking rodents.
He didn't
it's the
write
dopamine
this.
button, yeah. No, of course not.
He's even barely capable of reading it.
It's so cliched. It's so fucking boring.
Yeah, what about the blacks?
It's the same thing over and over again.
Exactly.
Black people, it's just race, it's sexuality, it's fucking climate change.
It's
just
id-poll.
regime
It has to be all
slogan.
id-poll all the time. That's all they have is their id-poll. And
Yes,
I don't know
and
if
it
it's
is
working.
so fucking boring. It's so dull.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm serious.
No, you're not.
You're not serious.
I can only imagine.
You are not a serious person, Joe Biden. You're a disgusting puppet of the
Demented
state.
old man.
Yeah, literally a corpse being puppeted. Sickening.
This time he's telling
I'd feel sorry for you if I knew for a fact you weren't such a disgusting bastard.
people.
He had sex with his own children, so I don't really think he's a good people.
Allegedly.
A dictator on day one.
So?
Asking if he thought violence would occur if he lost, he said, quote, it depends. How can it be?
It does fucking depend. It did fucking depend. Because people were sick of your political mind games.
What did you people fucking do the last time that he won? It wasn't his supporters that fucking went crazy.
Yes,
it was
you
yours.
all went out and burnt down your own
Fucking
cities.
retards.
You burnt down your own cities for 6 goddamn months
Allegedly.
after Trump won,
It's not
and then
allegedly,
blamed
isn't it?
him for it.
It's in the fucking diary.
Hilarious, though. I mean, it's hilarious. It's not funny that businesses got destroyed, etc. But it's always you guys. This is, of course, absurdist.
That any American president cannot denounce political violence.
Allegedly. Good.
Political violence has no place in America. Period.
That's funny, Bojack.
Shut the fuck
That's
up.
not Donald Trump.
Oh, look, there's 3 people in the audience clapping.
In November, there will be, quote, bloodshed.
3 people clapping.
What in God's name are we talking about?
Where was the goddamn bloodshed then? Where was the bloodshed? Who was harmed? Besides people like Ashley Babbitt who were shot in the goddamn head.
By the way,
where was the bloodshed, you bastard?
Don't you like how he's trying to project like
Sickening.
a voice of authority or like gusto,
Yeah.
but there's just this fuck all.
Oh, he can't.
Yeah,
He's a
'cause he's
loser.
old.
Yeah.
About here. It's the United States of America. Folks,
So what the fuck does that mean?
Trump isn't running to lead America.
Yes, he is.
He's running for revenge. For revenge
Okay.
is no way to lead.
Good. I hope he does.
Revenge is a fantastic way to lead
Yes.
a nation.
Yes, revenge is a motivation. And that involves leading the United States. You have continued, as the Democrat Party, conducted a persecution campaign against this man, and then you're like, well, why is he seeking revenge? Gee, I don't know.
You destroyed his entire
How
family.
confusing. Yeah, you're trying not to destroy him, but his entire family. Exactly, Spin. Exactly.
Lead a country. You can't build a future on revenge.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can. You can 100% build a future on revenge. But first you take out the goddamn trash. Don't you? Huh?
Build better lives through revenge.
Yes,
That's
you
why
can.
I'm running to lead America into the future. A future of promise.
What? I generally don't know what he said.
I don't think he knows what he says either.
Running to lead America into the future.
No, sure not a shot under pressure. Okay, so he did another thing. Yeah, he did a dementia, I guess.
Promise and hope and possibilities, because that's who we are, a nation of possibilities.
What the fuck does
There's
this
no
mean?
fucking pot. Oh, it's empty.
It's classic. It's Americana platitudes.
Yes.
We're
Exactly.
a nation of opportunities. We're a nation of get
We're not gonna be
things
able to go
done.
through all this, but Biden like
We're a
apparently did
nation
an
of
interview
hope
with
and
Time
change.
magazine.
We're a nation
and
of staying
gotten-
the same.
There's a full transcript of this interview that Biden did with a Time magazine journalist, which was meant to be a puff piece for him. But here's what's interesting, is that he was like yelling at the reporter because he can't help himself, right?
It's because he's insane.
So most economists say
reporter
tariffs
black?
raise prices. What?
Was the reporter black?
I have no idea.
Was it a woman?
I've not seen. I don't know.
You call him boy.
All I know are the transcripts. I haven't seen the interview. And I don't think there actually is a visual interview because I looked it up and I couldn't find one. I'm sure there is, but I have not seen it. Economists say tariffs raise prices. Biden responds. Do you want to read this back and forth? It'll be easier.
Do we have to?
Yeah, why not?
Since
You wanna be
who
Biden?
took office? Since I took office? Well, yes, you're the one who enacted it, you dumb fuck.
Yeah, cumulative inflation means prices are up nearly 20% since you took office, and wage increases have not kept pace.
So wage increases have exceeded the cost of inflation. No, they haven't, actually. If that was the case, then no one would give a shit that there was inflation. Which you're talking
this
about
COVID shit every time.
that with the pre-COVID prices, what the hell does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what does COVID have to do with this? I mean, COVID was responsible for the inflation.
He blames it for everything because, of course, the whole left does.
But
that's
you're the one
their
who printed all the
bogeyman.
fucking money.
That and Trump.
Pre-COVID prices are not the same as whether or not they... You have corporate America ripping off the public now. What the inflation to do with the money supply? There's nothing to do with
He did not answer this question at all.
You have everything from shrinkflation to what's going on in
rambling.
terms of the way in which they're artificially moving significantly to increase their profits. It's not the same as inflation. That's price gouging. What the fuck are you talking about, you absolute lunatic?
This is supposed to be a friendly interview because the Times is, of course, on his side. And they had to publish what he said, and this is what he said. Incomprehensible non-responses. But, Mr. President, won't your newly announced tariffs raise the prices on American consumers?
No, because here's the deal. There's a difference. Okay? I made it clear to Putin, who's kicking the shit out of you.
What are you talking... What?
From the very beginning that we're not engaging in, for example, Trump wants a 10% tariff on everything. That will raise the price on everything of America. Biden appeared to mean Xi here, not Putin. Okay.
I love how they have to add an editor's note.
Because no one fucking knows.
It's so insane, right? Like, everybody thought, including you guys, that was crazy. So, number 2, NATO is considerably stronger than I was when I took office. This is Biden saying this. I put it together. Not only did I reestablish the fact that it was the strongest alliance in the history of the world, I was able to expand it. Remember, hey, Spoon, remember when for like 2 years we were being told that we were lying about NATO expansion being a U.S. thing?
Yes.
Well, he just said it. Hey, Adam and Sedge, remember how you said that you needed Joe Biden to say that the expansion of NATO was an official policy? There it fucking is. When we had this conversation 2 goddamn years ago, even despite all of the evidence, those 2 guys asked me, I need Joe Biden to say that NATO, that was the NATO, that they needed explicitly Joe Biden to say so. There it is. Welcome. Anyone paying attention figured this out years ago. People really paying attention figured it out 30 years ago. But I didn't look into it till
former American
2 years ago.
statesman said that.
Yeah. Well, I was in one of the G7 meetings in Europe when I got back. I called on the president of Finland because I had met with her, met earlier in the year with Putin, and he said, "Oh yeah, this was sorry, I forget who the PM of or the president of Finland was at the time. I do have it in my head, but is it Jeffrey Piot? Can't recall. No, it's not Jeffrey Piot. Fuck, I do know it's in my video. He said he wanted to see the Finlandization of NATO. I told him he's gonna get not the Finlandization of the NATOization of Finland, and everybody thought, including you guys, that I was crazy. Yeah. And what do you say to Americans who are worried about it? Watch me. Look. Name me a president that's gotten as much done as I've gotten done in my first 3.5 years. Well, that's true. You've done a whole hell of a lot to destroy the United States. I would say you are kind of not unprecedented, but you're up there. When all of you wrote in Time magazine that I couldn't get any of it done, he's screaming at Time, even though Time is a leftist outlet that's on his side. When you told me there's no pay, no way he can get $1 trillion+ bill done in terms of to deal with infrastructure. There's no way he gets. So he's just talking about spending American taxpayer money. You told me I couldn't spend all this American taxpayer money. Well, guess what? I spent more on nothing. But that situation is getting more threatening, don't you think, Mr. President? Asked the interviewer. No, I don't think so. I think it's equally as threatening as it was before. I don't think it's more threatening, and North Korea has something else that I think has to deal with it. I did something that you would have been too cynical to think I could possibly do. I put together an Indo-Pacific strategy that's incredibly broad. He's like having a meltdown at this. This is the full thing. You can read the transcript. There's no video. Is there a video? It's like a short one, but there's no video of the whole thing, I don't think. Because I looked it up earlier. There might be, or it might not have come out yet. He's just like getting angry at the Times reporter for asking him the most softball questions imaginable. By the way. And he can't cope with it because he's such a loser. And he's demented. Now,
guys,
if you want to see how sad the situation is, can you fuck off?
Guys, you have to see
Oh my
this new
God.
report about Donald
Fuck
Trump.
off. I hate
Producer on The Apprentice
TikTok
just came out and said that
so much. So this was posted. This
Guys,
video
you
was...
have to see
Oh, I hate TikTok so much. This is by the Biden HQ TikTok account, okay? This is how they're trying to get... I presumably Zoomies to want to vote for Joe Biden, okay?
That's crazy.
So this is how they do so. This is their official account on TikTok. Which, by the way, if you didn't notice, I'll scroll down here. I don't think it's on the screen. Shows Joe Biden with the red eyes like he's based or something. It's very bizarre. I don't want to share it on TikTok. Oh my God.
See this new report about Donald Trump. A producer on The Apprentice just came out and said that Donald Trump called a black contestant on his show this.
This is their new pivot. This is astonishing.
Yeah, I just did a video about this.
Yeah, this is kind of hilarious. Is that just outside of the Donald Trump Rule 34 counts, they are also saying someone said that Trump 30 years ago said the N-word on The Apprentice. There's no evidence for this. And why I brought this up is because this is a sign of their desperation. Because this is just so... I talked about this with you before, and I've talked about it here on the stream, which is that I recall when that quote-unquote journalist put out a book that said that Trump was ranting and raving in the Oval Office about wanting to fill the Rio Grande with crocodiles and snakes, and wanted to put up an electrical fence around the river or around the border and have a bunch of towers with snipers put in them to shoot people in the knees so that they would fall into the river and be eaten by the crocodiles or bitten by the snakes. I mean, very based, but also, like, what the hell? Why would I believe you would say, if they will make up stuff like that, like insane stuff like that, even though it's based and cool, why would you not make this up? You're just making shit up. Where are the proofs? Oh, there are none, because of course they're not. This is my feelings, and, my feelings are facts for the left. They don't believe in objective reality. They don't believe there is an objective reality. So
Why
they
is
think
that
that
their
the things
lies
that
make
they
Trump
felt...
sound way more based than he actually is?
I know. It's always been this way. But the people that we're dealing with here, Spoon,
Oh my God,
legitimately
Trump wants to
believe...
become a dictator on day one. He wants to just shoot foreigners in their kneecaps and watch them fall to get eaten by crocodiles and snakes. I'm like,
the people here...
where's the
I'm
bad?
telling you, though.
He's going to become a king. I'm like, again, why? Like, I
That
have
would
an
have been
erection.
based.
Why?
If he had actually said that, yes, I thought that would have been based. But the reality is that he didn't say that because, one, there's no evidence.
The MAGA king thing, it
Trump.
took them
He wouldn't have
8
said
months
that.
to think of that, and they thought it was a bad thing.
Leftists, because of their mental illness, as due to a part of being leftists, do not believe in objective reality. They believe that in their lived experiences, and that means that whatever they feel about something is real to them. And there's some research on that as well, that their beliefs about reality, they think are real, even if it's just something they literally made up in their own goddamn heads.
So basically,
like,
they're
yeah,
religious.
well, I felt it. I thought it. I had a dream.
That's
it was
religion.
revealed to me in a dream. And so
That's
therefore it's
religion.
real, yeah. Yes, it is a religion, yes.
And here's Donald Trump's own former assistant confirming that there's a tape of him saying it.
I had an opportunity to go out in Los Angeles and sit down.
Okay, where is it?
With the person who actually has a copy of the tape.
You think they would have
No, you
fucking
don't.
shown this 5 fucking years ago if they had this tape? You dumb bitch. Not that it would matter, but you think they have if they didn't have this tape, they wouldn't have released it? Idiot. Oh, how dumb do you think people are? Wait, never mind. Yes.
And I heard his voice as clear as you and I are sitting here.
You have heard the tape.
I have heard
since
the
publication of this book.
Absolutely.
So you know it exists.
And I know it exists.
And
I
know he also wanted to put the crocodiles and the snakes in the Rio Grande. Insane.
This is the same man who called to execute innocent black men
What?
and spread racist lies about the first black president.
So he's just.
What the hell are you talking about?
This person has no. They just make shit up.
You stupid bitch. Trump actually went out of his way to get black people out of prison.
Blacks,
It was something that I think it was either Van Jones or Don Lemon actually praised him for.
Yeah.
So this idea that Trump
might have
hates
been Don.
black
I think it actually
people-
was Don Lemon.
Yeah. So
here's an. I did say we would get to the hot mic moment. Here is the hot mic moment.
Okay.
This is Senator Joni Ernst talking to RFK. This is John Kennedy, not RFK.
What is it? Is it Kennedy who said it?
There's John Kennedy. This is John Kennedy. Sorry. Following the Senate GOP border press conference, you can listen to it, but I will read the line.
Bottom line, never trust a man whose uncle was eaten by cannibals.
She said, never trust a man whose uncle was eaten by cannibals, because if you don't know, Biden claimed that his uncle's plane got shot down, and then in Seychelles, where was it? In Southeast Asia, and then got eaten alive by cannibals. Because Joe Biden just makes shit up.
I'm a big fan of not John Kennedy.
He just makes shit up.
Professor John Kennedy.
He's insane.
From Louisiana.
Here's you know that they're struggling when they have to, and they've been doing this for years. They got to pull out their celebrities, but this one is so cringe.
Is that Mark Hamill?
That is Mark Hamill. That's
Why
Luke
does he look
Skywalker.
like he's possessed?
Because he has been possessed.
By coke?
He has, I guess he has the red eyes
so
Biden,
the spirit of Biden
cutout. This is just, it's very short, but guard yourselves, friends, because this is extreme cringe.
Hey, I'm Mark Hamill, and I'm voting for Joby-Wan Kenobi. Hey,
Kill
me now. Holy shit, that was really weird. We both said the same thing. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Sad
We didn't
news.
rehearse that.
No, sad news is that Brendan Herrera has lost in his run against Brendan Herrera, who is a based gun YouTuber. If you want gun YouTuber, he does mostly do firearm content in Texas against Tony Gonzalez. And AIPAC has come out to say, congratulations to AIPAC endorsed pro-Israel candidate Tony Gonzalez. 2 Mexicans were running against each other. Who cares? Or at least, Hispanics. On your primary election, we are proud to help you defeat anti-Israel candidate Brandon Herrera in the Republican primary. Being pro-Israel is good policy and good politics. Now, I'd like to also explain something about this. This guy, I think, outspent Brandon Herrera 8-1. So he just dumped money into the campaign.
I wonder which lobby paid him.
I wonder who could have paid for that. Herrera is not anti-Israel, says the Twitter fact check. However, he is anti-Israeli involvement in U.S. politics. Quote, I am not anti-Israel. I am anti-Israel buying American elections.
Oh, the fucking irony. The
goddamn irony. The absolute irony.
The thing
I am
that
against
I want to
Israel
say,
buying American elections. AIPAC comes out and said, hey, yeah, we bought this guy. He had an 8 times more, he had 8 times more money to spend because we helped pay him. Well, this wasn't next in my list, but I think that actually,
Aiden, just out of curiosity, I'm noticing things.
Are you noticing?
A lot of things.
What are you noticing?
A lot of things that I can't say. I'm noticing that certain hook-nosed peasants.
Totally unrelated news. This is interesting. The Maldives. Is it Maldives? Maldives? I don't know.
Maldives.
Has banned Israelis from entering the country.
And I must now look up residency in the Maldives.
Maldives, yeah, I think that's. Well, they're very upset about this. They've banned Israelis from entering the territory in an apparent retaliatory move over the war in Gaza.
Based.
Well, there you go. It's 110, isn't it? Alrighty. I think that did we get through most of this? No. I wanted a little bit of the Fauci stuff because this is insane. So Fauci got roasted at his hearings that he did this week.
Yes, the rodent himself.
Mm-hmm. Because Fauci admitted that he lied. He had to admit to it.
It's been insinuated that politicians, only bloggers, only conspiracy theorists are disagreeing with you.
Dr. McCormick took him to fucking task here, by the way.
I want to point out that I'm probably the only member of Congress that actually treated patients during the pandemic from the very beginning to the very end of the pandemic, during night shifts in the ER. Thousands of patients during that time. And in 2020, I was censored. My medical license was threatened because I disagreed with bureaucrats.
Yep.
Literally taken off the internet.
Can't disagree with the established science of a piece of quote-unquote science that was established over the course of 6 months with no longitudinal testing. As a scientist, I've always found this to be objectively and objectively repulsive.
You can just tell by the look on his face.
Oh.
And his voice, he's like,
yes.
I want to kick the shit out of you. Like the way he just looks like I want to physically harm you.
As do I, in Minecraft.
You can see the man is like sitting with rage.
You tried to destroy my life and career over lies. Over shit that was not proven, that had no medical and scientific background. It really did not. And I'm glad that we're allowed to talk about it now, because now we can. It's astonishing. This is the power of the oligarchy, is that they say, no, you're not allowed to talk about these things that are obvious, that are true. That me again saying like, hey, that doesn't make any sense as to your research platform. Why were you able to get all that done in 6 months? That is not how it works. And you told any scientist, if social science doesn't move at that speed, as I've always said, if social science does not move at that speed, how the hell does medical science move at that speed? And if it does, I don't want to be a part of it. If medical science is moving at the speed of social science, I do not want to inject myself or induce anything in my own body with things that are collected or conducted at that expediency, because it is being done sloppily inherent. You cannot do things at that speed. It's not how medical science works. End quote. End statement.
As a person who is treating patients with leading edge technologies, developing theories, but doing my very best, but being censored by the United States government, for the first time stepping in and taking the place of medical professionals as the experts in healthcare. Any dissent surrounding COVID-19 treatments, mask mandates, and any public policy surrounding the pandemic was immediately labeled as anti-science. I watched as public health officials and politicians told my patients what treatment options were best for them, regardless of their comorbidities or their medical history.
Yeah.
Despite my education and my training and my experience, my opinions were relegated to conspiracy and misinformation.
Just saying the things I just said. Do not let them erase this, because they desperately want to. Don't let them erase what they did under COVID. The authoritarian regime that they enacted. Every scientist who disagreed, even having the slight disagreements that I just had about the methodological issues, was called a conspiracy theorist and needed to be shut down. We had some of our streams shut down by talking about. We got one of our streams very long ago when we first started, where we talked about COVID, got removed, I believe.
Oh,
because of it.
I will say,
I didn't get a strike, but I think it got. Maybe it's up now again, but there was a thing, yeah.
Yeah, I will say one of my videos got clamped for medical disinformation, which was really weird because I was quoting the fucking World Health Organization.
Yeah, that's because this was not about health. It was not about truth. It was obviously propaganda. That's why this happened. Anyway, there's a couple of clips here that are really good from Dr. McCormick here.
Information by so-called healthcare experts who had never treated a patient throughout the entire pandemic.
Yep. This is where it gets spicy, though.
He said in an interview that he gave as part of an audiobook written by Michael Spector that you believed an institutional should make it hard for people to live their lives so they'd feel pressured to get vaccinated. Could we run the...
Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to play the audio in this. Fauci is going to deny this because that's what he always does. But you're going to hear what Anthony Fauci had to actually say about what was the purpose of the lockdowns. It was not about health. It was not about safety. He's going to tell you here what his actual opinion was.
The audio clip on that, please.
You think can be done about it. I have to say that I don't see a big solution other than some sort of mandatory vaccination. I know federal officials don't like to use that term.
Once people feel empowered and protected legally, you are going to have schools, universities, and colleges are going to say, you want to come to this college, buddy? You're going to get vaccinated.
Once they feel empowered politically, did you hear that? Once we give them political power to enact fascistic, totalitarian action over anyone who disagrees, guess what, buddy? You're not going to be able to go to school. You're not going to be able to have a job. I mean, how can you be... You can't be more clear than that.
As long as we can ensure public compliance, we can do whatever the hell we want.
Precisely, Spoon. Precisely. This was not about anything other than public compliance.
You see, this kind of shit. This is one of the reasons why you should be a Christian, because you know he's not going to get punished by the regime. See, this is why you should be a Christian, so you know that when this fucking demon dies, he's going to get a pitchfork up his ass.
And he is a demon. Let's not get that shit fucking confused.
Yeah, he just looks like a fucking rodent.
Well, but he is a demon. The way that he acts, he's a goddamn demon.
He's a sniveling shit. Yes.
I can't even fathom, as a scientist myself, again, as a social scientist, saying this shit and being like, yeah, I'm going to, prop myself up as a scientist and say, actually, I don't give a shit. I only care about the politic. Insane.
Corporations like Amazon and Facebook and all of those others are going to say, you want to work for us, you get vaccinated. And it's been proven that when you make it difficult for people in their lives, they lose their ideological bullshit.
Ideological bullshit.
You mean like you're just trying to push them on right now?
Exactly. If you... Well, we're going to get the Beagle stuff in a minute.
He is right about that, though.
Yes, he is true. He is right about that. But he's talking... He's a fascist. Okay?
Yes.
I mean, it's unironic. Like, I'm being legitimate. Like, there's no other way to describe this other than fascism. It's medical fascism. He did say he is the science. He's a fascist. I'm using the term fascism kind of in a... Let's use the word totalitarian, okay? But I think he is a fascist. He wants the state to become involved with the medical industrial complex, right? He wants them to be combined, which they were under his auspices and his regime, were they not? That's what he wanted.
How in a country of like over 300 and something million and armed has no one tried to shoot this guy? I'm not advocating for it. I'm just asking, like, how?
Yeah, he's stupid. I'm not going to deal with that. Not even going to address that, Spoon. But I'm sure somebody has.
And they get vaccinated.
Thank you.
Oh, actually, Spoon, it's interesting you say that because he's going to accuse Marjorie Taylor Greene of attacking him in a later clip.
You just said you want to tyrannize the entire
Yes, he just said, I want to tyrannize the entire population, yes. For no scientific reason, just because I said, do it. Do it. You are... This dude is a sincere Emperor Palpatine wannabe.
Are all objections to COVID vaccinations ideological bullshit, Dr. Fauci?
What are you going to answer about that? No, they're not. Not in 2024. Now you think they're not. But in 2020, you thought they were all ideological bullshit. Let's get real. You said in 2020 that any and all objections to an untested vaccine that was made over the course of 6 months with no longitudinal testing was ideological bullshit. You said that, Dr. Fauci, you little dip.
They're not, and that's not what I was referring to.
Well,
yes,
in reference,
pretty clear. We just heard what you said, right? Line fuck, yeah.
To making it hard for people to get education. traveling, working, I'd say it very much was in context. And I take great offense to this. Miss Allison Williams testified before this committee about losing her job because she sought an exemption for ESPN's vaccine mandate, which came from recommendations from bureaucrats like yourself. She and her husband were actively working with a fertility expert, a physician, on how to get pregnant.
And by the way, I hate to say this, but that's just going to get worse. They did not do any longitudinal testing on this. That's what drives me nuts. I am on some level. I'm not a scientist. I'll put it this way. I am a statistician, and they did not do the statistics. They have no one who was involved in this COVID shit has done any longitudinal research because it doesn't exist. And so the longitudinal fertility issues potentially involved in just being like, well, here you go, just going to give you this drug, are completely untested. It's sickening. It is absolute. I've talked about it for years, but there are very few things, and anyone here who's listening, I think, and is familiar with my content at least, knows that what I have focused on the most, and what also irritates me the most, is bad science. That's what I can't stand. And everything about the COVID bullshit was bad science. It was inherently, objectively, scientifically, empirically bad fucking science.
And agreed with the premise that she was young, healthy, wanted to get pregnant, and shouldn't get the vaccination for medical purposes. But she was fired because you made it hard, just like you said in your statement, because you didn't want to make sure that the ideological bullshit got in the way of her working, of living her life, of making a medical decision with her healthcare professional.
Of her being able to get pregnant, yes. Go fuck her. That's certainly how Anthony Fauci feels. Because he hates you. He hates the American people. He despises you. And he wants, because he's on the Bill Gates route, in my opinion, he wants there to be a massive decrease in the American population. And not just the American population, but the entire world population. And so he wants people to not I can't imagine anything that Fauci would be more pleased by than the fact that he got a nurse fired or a doctor fired, and then it made it difficult for her to have a career and therefore get pregnant. Yeah, I'm sure there's nothing that he would love more than that, other than injecting people with a vaccine that might actually cause difficulty in fertility. That would be better for him, I'm sure. Just allegedly, right, YouTube?
I think America should take great offense to this.
I sure do.
That's exactly what you meant when you said making it hard for people to live.
Yep.
Without getting a vaccination. You affected people's ability to work, travel, be educated, to actually flourish in American society, to self-determine, as we're all given God-given rights. Shame on you.
Let's fucking go, Dr. McCormick. Good Lord, bless this man. Get the dude some kind of blessings, prayers, based things in the chat for Dr. McCormick for that. Got absolutely roasted him. He's sickening, and he never will fess up. Of course, he got roasted more by Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I will read this. I'll just look at this real quick. We'll pull this up real quick, and then we'll pull up the MTG bit because it's funny to watch. So he admitted that he knew everything about the 6-foot COVID rule was fake, that it was made up. He didn't recall. It just sort of appeared. He made it up. He says he made it up based on the science. Well, there was no science on this. It was all bullshit. It was made up. We knew it was made up at the time because we knew that the cloth masks did not do anything, okay? We knew that at the time because there had been, at that time, already extant research that illustrated that there was no evidence that cloth masks did anything to reduce transmission in diseases such as COVID, in which the particles are so much smaller than the cloth masks. And particularly, you might have some argument when you're talking about the medical masks, but not the things that most people were wearing during COVID, which were here's my Star Wars cloth mask that I wear every single day and I never wash, which actually probably caused people to get more sick, by the way, by inhaling their own vapors, and therefore shit, and not oftentimes legitimately festered and created fungi in the hot cloth mask cause people to get sick from a disease that doesn't kill anybody. And he just said, well, sure, do all that, because he's Dr. Mengele. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to hear expose, although most of us I know it. Let's watch this. Marjorie Taylor Greene took this dude to task, and he is furious, and I'm all here for it.
Not an advisor on policy. He
That's
writes
very confusing
science.
to have someone's title and not having that to be their obligation.
But that is the fact, though.
I think that supports what we said. There needs to be more oversight and there needs to be more accountability. Mr. Chairman, my time has expired, but these points are very clear to all of us today in this hearing room. I yield back.
I now recognize Mr. Garcia from California for 5 minutes. Oh, he left? I now recognize Ms. Green from Georgia for 5 minutes.
Oh, no! Ms. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Fauci, you were quoted on CBS Face the Nation saying it's easy to criticize, but they're really criticizing science because I represent science. Do you represent science, Mr. Fauci?
I can't. Spoon.
So why are you showing it?
No, it's because this is fascinating, but this part, I represent science. Spoon, help me. It makes me want to top myself. When I hear these people worship science, I'm going to show it in evidence in my new video, but they worship the science. We've seen it time and time again. And it is not what science is. Science is a process. Insane. I know why they end up this way, but science is a process. It is not a fucking god.
Yes, it is.
I am a scientist.
It's a god to them. I know. But that's telling, isn't it?
Who uses the scientific method to gain information.
No, you don't.
Yes, you said you represent science. Do you represent science, Mr. Fauci? Yes or
Again,
no? Yes or no?
No, that's not a yes or no
Yes,
answer.
it's a yes or no.
I don't think it is.
Okay, well, we'll take that as a you don't know what you represent.
Yeah, true. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh, I love MTG sometimes. Holy shit. Oh, she went just ham here. Let's go. Let's watch MTG go ham on him because it's delicious.
But this, as director of the NIH, you did sign off on these so-called scientific experiments. And as a dog lover, I want to tell you this is disgusting and evil, what you signed off on, and these experiments that happened to beagles paid for by the American taxpayer.
If you don't know, for those who don't know, they put beagles' heads, Fauci's specific research paradigm, put beagles' heads into a box that was full of a bunch of flies or gnats or whatever that were carrying disease to see how they react to it. And, you know, in a field where it was considered highly unethical for, let's say, Dr. Zimbardo to do the research that he did, where he just made people kind of get, like, I'll put you in the prison guard, and you're the prisoner, which he made most of that stuff up, by the way. That's considered to be, like, the most egregious, most unethical study in my entire field. This dude put dogs' heads into boxes wherein they were bitten by flies. And this is fine? This is ethical? No. This is insane. As a scientist, to whatever degree that I am, this is not ethical. This would never fly by the this would never fly by the Institutional Review Board. How the fuck did you get this done? Oh, because you're a government-funded freaking loon who's allowed to do this. Because the U.S. government pays you to do so. No ethical institution would ever allow something like this to happen. But let's go off, MTG. Go off.
And I want you to know Americans don't pay their taxes for animals to be tortured like this.
No, sure don't.
So the type of science that you are representing, Mr. Fauci, is abhorrent, and it needs to stop. Mr. Fauci, you also represent the type of science that where you confess that you made up the COVID rules.
We just read that.
I didn't hear what you
6
said.
feet social distancing and masking of children.
I never said I made anything up.
You admitted that you made it up. You made it up.
You did admit to it. You admitted that you made it up without any kind of scientific consensus, without any kind of scientific background, which is what we're supposed to goddamn do. You have violated my entire fucking career, and it's so keeps happening. So many goddamn instances of this. And I'm sorry, Spoon, that this is the thing that gets me worked up more than anything. Sorry,
Yes,
I have to
I
slow
know.
down my speech. That a violation of academia is the thing that really, really gets under my skin. It got under the skin of those poor dogs, too, by the way, that were fucking tortured under the command of Anthony Fauci, who also was cool with the COVID lab testing up until he wasn't cool with it. The gain of function research, which should be illegal and still happens, but it's fine when the Chinese do it, I suppose. When we create super viruses, that's fine when the Chinese do it. Weird. Wonder who's paying your salary, Anthony.
I made it up.
So are you saying this is fake news, Mr. Fauci?
I didn't say I made anything up.
What did you say?
I said that it is not based in science and it just appeared.
That means you made it the fuck up.
Oh, you dumb fuck.
You were not basing it in science. That means you made it the fuck up. Lunatic. Can you imagine the audacity of saying, well, it wasn't based in science, but I didn't make it up.
It just appeared. That's called made up, you stupid
You made it
fucking
up.
moron.
Crazy, right?
But this is science.
What does dogs have to do with anything that we're talking about today?
These are
It
scientific.
has to do it because you funded and went behind that research where dogs were tortured. You dog, to quote a Scottish friend of mine, you fucking dog rapist.
Scientific
It's Russian,
experiments.
by the way.
This is what you signed off on. But you also told the American people they had to distance by 6 feet. They had to wear masks. But let's also talk a little bit further about the type of science that you represent.
Oh, let's look into
NIH
it.
scientists made $710 million in royalties from drug makers, a fact that's been hidden. Let's talk about the fact
Yeah?
about...
How much money did you make, Anthony, on that? Whole bunkle, I bet. Bet you made a fat stack, a big bag on that one.
Is it right for scientists and doctors getting paid by the American people, government taxpayer paychecks, to get patents where they're paid millions and hundreds of millions of dollars in royalty fees, especially when the NIH and these government agencies, most powerful agencies in our country, are recommending medical suggestions and advice and making up guidelines like 6 feet distancing and masking of children? Do you think that's appropriate? Do the American people deserve to be abused like that, Mr. Fauci? Because you're not doctor, you're Mr. Fauci in my few minutes.
Oh,
You wet?
I'm gonna
Turn it
have
on.
I'm gonna fucking explode. Whoa-wee. Okay, Marjorie. There is nothing you can do more to insult a academic, let alone a faux academic, such as Anthony Fauci, than saying, I will not respect your degree. And when I've done that to people, and it is a, like, right, it is a straight, that's why Fauci calls this a personal attack. It's because you are not deserving of your position because you have abused it. You fucking vile bastard. You don't deserve to be called Dr. Fauci. That is something that you earn, not just from having done it, but having been someone who is deserving of such a higher degree and deserving of being called a doctor. Yes, am I projecting? Absolutely. Well, sort of projecting. It's only because I went through academia and I understand how important the term doctor is and how we treat it. And that's why, as you're going to see, Fauci here is about to fucking erupt himself, because not being able to call him a doctor is going to make him very, very mad. He's going to get a little bit big mad.
No, I don't need your answer. I want to talk about this right here.
Mr. Chairman,
Fauci,
objection.
I reclaim
Mr.
my
Chairman,
time.
objection.
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time, Mr. Raskin.
Gentlelady will suspend.
Mr. Chairman,
Point of order.
just in terms of the rules of decorum, are we
Wait,
allowed-
if you're not watching and just listening, picture she showed is Fauci and his family going to a baseball game in seats alone. Right? I do have a master's degree in science. Hey, I was a PhD student as well. I talk shit about myself and my quote unquote science all the time. I'm a social scientist. It barely counts.
allowed to deny that a doctor
I still know how statistics work. Come on now.
is a doctor just because we don't want him to be a doctor?
Yes.
Look at the rage. Look at the rage. I will not refer to Anthony Fauci as a doctor. And I usually am very, very autistic about that. Even as people that I can't stand who put out terrible research. Do you have a doctoral degree? I'll call you doctor. Unless you violated your, I would say, ethical duties to the point where I will no longer respect you as a doctor. And then I will call you Mr. Then I'll call you by your name. And I will not call you doctor. That was beaten into me in doc school and grad school. I won't do it, though, for someone like Anthony Fauci, who is a violator of the scientific method. Nope. Nope, you can suck my whole dick. Sorry.
Because in my time, that man does not deserve to have a license. As a matter of fact, it should be revoked and he belongs in prison.
Suspend. The gentlelady should recognize the doctor as a doctor.
Nope. I love how mad they are about this. I love how mad they are about. Please respect him as a doctor. No. No. I will not respect you, and neither should Marjorie should not have either. You are not deserving of that title of respect. I don't care if you hold that background. I do not care. You're not deserving of the respect that that title entails. You absolute disgusting dog torturing freak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is this what we have become?
Yes, this is what we've
devolved
become.
into.
I don't give a shit.
No
You
decorum.
know what? We can do that hearing about the poor men that were injected with syphilis because I support you in that. That's horrific.
Wowee! Let's talk about how doctors injected people with syphilis, shall we? Someone being called, you want to talk Dr. Mangala? Should we refer to him as Dr. Mangala? Out of respect?
And this government that
I
does
would
things
urge
like that to Americans doesn't have decorum to the American
Mr.
people.
Chairman,
The gentleman is out of
point of
order.
regular order, please.
The gentleman is out of order.
Decorum.
I don't care.
Recognize a point of order. Go ahead with your point of order.
You got it.
No, I mean, I was going to say what Representative Rasmussen said.
Based
It's completely
MTG.
unacceptable to be to deny Dr. Fauci, who's here, a respected member of the medical community, his title, and that's actually a personal attack on his character.
And I have instructed her.
He's not respected.
I've instructed her to address him as a doctor.
Spoon, do you not find this bizarre?
Not really.
That the entirety of their contention on everything that Marjorie said there was not about the things that she said, but about the fact that she would not refer to Anthony Fauci as doctor.
You are expecting me to be surprised that bureaucrats behaving like bureaucrats?
I guess so. I just found this to be...
Really?
I find this personally to be fascinating. As an observer, I find this to be fascinating and telling that the thing that they are upset about is not anything that Marjorie said, but about that she wouldn't refer to Fauci as doctor.
We should
I find that
expect
to
the
be
bureaucrats.
curious to me, though.
I'm not
Lady
addressing
shall
him as
continue.
doctor. Let's talk about
I would-
let's talk
Mr.
about
Chairman,
this.
I
I'm
would
reclaiming
move that
my
the woman-
time. I'm reclaiming
Yeah,
my
reclaim your
time.
time.
Words get taken
I'm
down.
reclaiming my
Reclaim
time.
your
For consent.
fucking
Point of order,
time.
Ken.
They won't even let her. Because you hurt
A
his
member
feelings.
can only move to have words. I'm sorry. The issues we are debating are important ones that members feel deeply about. And while vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, as I said at the beginning, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards
I don't
of decorum.
care.
and
I don't care. I don't care. I'm in this bitch and I can't get out in terms of academia, and I could not give one iota of a fuck less that I know that it upsets Anthony's feelings, and I couldn't give a shit less what he fucking feels. This man is responsible for the death of animals and people, so he can go kiss my whole ass. That's how I feel about it. I'm not gonna call you a doctor at all. I know I have, unfortunately, but no, you don't deserve the title of doctor. That is, again, like referring to someone by their preferred pronouns because we're in Pride Month now. That is something that is given by others, your respect. Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Then
you
I
don't deserve
demand
the
to be
title of
known
doctor.
as Count Utensil.
Yes, I'll refer to you as Count Utensil if you so, but you deserve it. You've earned it, Count Utensil, Count Spoon.
debate. This is a reminder that it is a violation of House rules and the rules of this committee to engage in personalities regarding other members or to question the motives of a colleague.
Look how
Remarks of
much
that
they're-
type are
it's
not
not-
permitted by the rules
Isn't
and are
this
not in keeping
insane?
with the best traditions of our committee. The chair will enforce these rules of decorum at all times and urges all members to be mindful of their remarks. Does the gentleman from California have anything further?
We should have to take her words down.
Yeah, I offered that her words be taken down, Mr. Chair.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a point of order.
Mr. Griffin
They
is rec-
accuse us
Mr.
of
Griffin is
worshiping
Gentlelady-
President Trump. We
Gentlelady-
don't worship President Trump.
Gentlelady will suspend. Mr. Griffin, you have a point of order.
Everyone else there worships people like Anthony Fauci, unironically. The science, trust the science. That is not how, you do not trust the science. An absurdist statement. Trust and science are incompatible functionalities.
No,
You
I
cannot
trust. No. I trust the science. I don't trust scientists.
Well, no, you do not trust science. You look at it, and then you look at the results of some study or finding, and you say, well, here's what the evidence is illustrating.
Yeah, so you
But
can trust that.
that's that's not. But you don't trust it inherent. Trust is something that you hold for your family. No, you trust your family and friends. You trust your loved ones. You don't trust
I trust
data.
government to be gay.
Yeah, you don't trust, but you don't trust data. That's something that's an interpersonal belief. This trust the science stuff is absurd. It's always been insane to me. Again, from my perspective, I've always found it to be fundamentally incomprehensible. But it's because it's a cult. It's not science. It's not reality. It's a cult.
Mr. Chairman, while it may not be polite, I believe the rule only applies to members of this body, the Senate, and the President of the United States. I do not believe that it applies. The rule on taking down words does not apply to a witness. Again, I'm not condoning the words. I'm just relating or asking whether or not it applies to individuals who are just happen to be here in front of us.
I agree. The chair overrules the point of order by the gentleman from Maryland, but ask that members please afford all other members the respect they're entitled.
They're not
Refrain
entitled
from
to
using
any
rhetoric
respect.
that could be construed as an attack on the motives or character of another member or the witness. You may proceed.
Thank you. This was a time in history where you got to throw out the first pitch at the Washington Nationals baseball game while Americans were forced to stay home and watch such events that they love.
The absolute audacity of that, by the way. Fauci's sitting there with no one else in the goddamn stands because he's said that they are not allowed to. He's got his mask down. He throws out the first pitch. The audacity, because he knew it was fake. He's an authoritarian, and he wanted to stomp on people's rights because he thinks it's funny. And he got what he wanted. There it was.
From at home, alone on their televisions. And what a hypocrisy this picture shows. Here you are, without your mask, with empty seats everywhere. Remember the cardboard cutout fans? That was one of the most insulting things
It was
to
incredibly
Americans having
insulting,
to
yes.
watch the games from home, where you got to go and enjoy the game and sit right next to people, not following the 6 feet of distancing, not wearing your mask, and everyone else was forced to stay home and stop enjoying life. And your science is displayed perfectly in this picture, where children in school were put in plastic bubbles because of your science. Your repulsive, evil science.
It's not real science. That's the thing. Please don't demonize science. Science is a method. Science is a process of understanding things, okay? Of analyzing the real world. What Anthony Fauci does is not science. But please don't denigrate the idea of the scientific method because Anthony Fauci is anti-scientific. And he described himself as the science. It's funny though, he couldn't be more of a Sith Lord if he wanted, could he? Right?
He's too small to be a Sith Lord.
He's insane Palpatine pilled though.
5'4".
Yeah, true. Is that why he's such a Palpatine little goblin?
Let's go back to your very own email. You said earlier you don't use email. Oh, you do. Right here. This is your own email where you said the typical mask you buy in the drugstore is not really effective in keeping out virus. I do not recommend that you wear a mask. This is your email. This is your own words. But yet children all over America were forced to wear masks. Healthy children.
And the data on that are consistent that children who were born, well, not consistent yet, but we do have early evidence now that children who were born under the COVID regime have a 30-point IQ deficit. I reported on that in a video 2 years ago now. Because they can't see their own mother's face, and it causes a significant and severe IQ issue that might fix itself.
What's that?
What? That might fix itself, but This is insane. They didn't care because they don't care. They hate you. This was about control. This was about coercion. This was not about safety, obviously, and it certainly was not about science.
First to wear masks, muzzled in their schools, and then they were forced to learn from home because of your so-called science and your medical suggestions, while you and all your cronies get paid from Big Pharma. You know what this committee should be doing? We should be recommending you to be prosecuted.
I would
we should be
highly
writing a
suggest
criminal
that,
referral because you should
Marjorie.
be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. You belong in prison, Dr. Fauci.
Mr. Chairman, I have another point of order.
I recognize Ms. Dingle.
Just want to make sure the record is clear. Dr. Fauci testified that he did not use his personal email for official business. He did not say he did not use email. And I think...
What a lovely little
That's the
deflect.
technicality of everything. Jesus fucking Christ.
That's all they have. All they have are deflections.
Dear Americans, when you see this system of government, do you really want to live under this? Seriously?
How can you not see this as what it is, which is that Fauci has been found out. He's been found out for years. And all you have is, excuse me, that was his personal email.
Jesus.
Today, this particular has been full of lies and disregard and disrespect,
Lies?
and we need
Huh?
to stick to facts.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
The irony is palpable, isn't it?
I have so many very evil French Revolution thoughts in my head.
But the irony there,
It's
could you
horrible.
imagine more palpable irony than that? We need to stick to facts. Talk about how it was his personal email, not the things that he's done. The dog torturing, for instance, or the fact that he just lied to the American public, or that he just made it up that masks would work.
You do realize it's 1 o'clock, right?
I know. Okay, let me Okay, can I do one last segment? Because it is Pride Month.
Oh
Shall I?
God, you going from bad to worse.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna say this real quick. Happy Pride, by the way, guys. Let's do. Give me 10 minutes. I should be able to get through this, guys. You too, Spoon. Give me 10 minutes. So here's Pride Month in Philly.
This shit was fucking funny as hell.
Looking great over here. Looking great. There's Pride Month. This looking great. This TikTok.
It's when queers for Palestine meet a bunch of actual Palestinians.
Right. This is a. I don't know anything about this person because I don't watch TikTok. Well, I used to for a little bit, and all I watched were like car restoration videos. It's this woman says that she is, and by the way, looking at her feed, Miss Rachel, this is why I find this weird. Her feed, her entire TikTok audience is legitimately aimed at like 2 to 5-year-olds. She is a preschool educator on TikTok. It's how she describes herself. So this woman aims all of her content.
What is a 5-year-old doing with a phone?
My question, goddamn exactly. What is a 2 to 5-year-old doing with a phone with access to TikTok?
If you are a parent of a child,
yeah,
and your child is within 2 to 5, if your child is within 2 to 16 and they have access to a phone, you're a shit parent.
Mm-hmm. So I actually don't even necessarily have anything wrong with what she says here, inherent, but it's because she's like, well, I'm going to say gay pride, and I know my audience is all children under the age of 7. That's insane.
Of our wonderful families and friends.
No, just the voice
Just ignore
and the
it.
cadence is filling me with violence.
All right, I won't play it then. But you could listen to it. The reality is that this woman who, again, why is there an educator, a teacher, quote unquote, on TikTok who aims, and YouTube, because she's on YouTube as well. How is your content aimed at children aged, again, 2 to 6? That's insane. Let's just play it, though. It's really short. It's actually very short.
You I'm so glad.
I'm so glad you're here. I'm so glad.
You're exactly who you are. To those who are
Two to 6-year-olds.
can't watch the show anymore because of this.
2 to 6-year-olds.
And much love your way. God bless. I am not chasing fame or views. I'm standing strong.
You're on TikTok. Shut the fuck up, bitch. If you
Sure
put
thing.
anything on the internet, you
Sure
are chasing
thing.
that. Fuck off.
To a certain degree, yes, you are.
Yes.
So, they're very upset about this because the trans side of things are very upset because the UK has blocked puberty suppressing hormones to children and young people under 18. Now
What about the people that have been damaged from it?
Well, they're not going to talk about that. But here's the thing that's happening. Puberty suppressing hormones, which I believe, and I've not looked through the entire law, but I have to look through this more in detail, is puberty suppressants are different from hormones. So this is actually, thanks gov.uk. They are talking about puberty blockers in response to the CAS review. Now, let me tell you, they're also not letting them have, I guess, hormones, but the reality is that what they've actually blocked are the puberty blockers. Now, I've talked about this many times, is that I have taken a puberty blocker, or a drug that is used as a puberty blocker. It's Lupron Depot. I took that drug because I have a disease called endometriosis that was used to treat my severe endometriosis. Did I say that twice? Fuck. My brain's not working correctly because I'm so this stuff actually like gets under my skin. Actually really irritates me. So the reality is though that they blocked the use of these drugs, which, let me be clear about what Lupron Depot, the drug that I took, was tested in, what it was experimented in, what it went through all of that scientific, that gay science stuff where you actually have to follow rules. That stupid thing that the left doesn't like to do anymore. Well, drugs like Lupron Depot that are used to treat conditions such as endometriosis are still completely legal in the United Kingdom. What they are not legal for is for the off-label use that they have been prescribed under for quote-unquote trans children for the last 10 years. And when I say off-label, it's because they have never been tested in this context. And then the trans activists came out and said, well, you can't test them because that's transphobic. You can't test them. And what this would do longitudinally to children, because that would be deleterious. Well, I know what Lupron Depot does to someone's bones and to bone mass. Because I lived through it, and I took this drug for 3 months because I have it's insane, because up until now, there were 3 kind of reasons to take Lupron Depot or similar hormone-blocking drugs. Either because you had a very, very serious hormone disorder, because you had the disease that I have, which is endometriosis, or because you're a fucking pedophile. And I know that it's been like, oh, ha, 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 ha. I've made this joke many times that people made the joke, but like people have said like, well, the reason you took it is because you must be a ped. No. This is a very serious drug. And they want to give it out to children, even though no research has been done on using this drug in children whatsoever. None has been done. And in fact, the transgender lobby, such as it is, has fought against having the drug tested in children. And you have to be very careful about that, because parents are going to have to say, I'm okay with having my child being tested on, essentially. And that doesn't happen easily with medically tested upon. It's very difficult. Does it make bones brittle? Yeah. One of the reasons why I use a cane and have to use outside of my own actual like inability to walk well, one of the reasons I use a cane is because if I were to fall over, I'd break like every bone in my body because of the effects of Lupron Depot. Now, am I happy about the positive effects that I got out of Lupron Depot because I don't have horrible pain all the time? Yes, I'm very happy about that. But I took Lupron Depot when I was an adult woman. I was 20 years old. I agreed to it. I was an adult. I was cogent. I was able to make that decision. They want to give this to 8-year-olds
and destroy their bones. You know? And they don't care. And so but the UK government has said, no, you can't give these untested drugs to children. You just can't. But you know who has a problem with that? Groomers. And I'm just going to say it. Fucking groomers have a problem with that. I'm going to read this thread, and then we're going to head out. We didn't get to, you went to about Grums and V disagreeing on censorship. We did talk about it very briefly, but Josh said, this is the date correction video. So let's just play this. This is a extremely popular YouTube/Twitch personality called Finster. And Finster originally used to like kind of dress as a woman as sort of a joke, and then came out as trans. If you want my opinion, I think you know that whole idea of audience capture. You've heard that word, right? Or that term, right? A spoon? Mm-hmm. You've been audience captured. You've been audience captured. Well, this dude, lady, whatever, I think became convinced that they were a girl because they are pass as one. And then, look at where we are now. Right? Here we go.
Could you imagine if Finster is your fucking estrogen provider? I'm working on that motherfucker. I've wanted to set something up that was similar to GenderGP, but a non-profit. Something that doesn't take any money out. Now, this is something I really want to get involved with. I think I've found some good people to do it with, and we're actually beginning trials really soon. I'm not going to be able to say what it is for a while. But what I can say is there's an email in the description because we're looking for any EU or UK medical doctors who want to be involved in trans healthcare.
So, if you didn't get that, okay, yeah, I know the voice is staggering. When you look at Finster and then hear him speak, her speak, whatever. I don't give a shit about pronouns at this point. Finster is a man. Finster is a male.
Really? No shit.
Unsurprised. I think Finster does pass, and that's why I think Finster got kind of weirdly convinced into
pass. What you mean up until they talk?
Yeah. If you just see a picture of him, though, you'd say that's probably a woman, right?
Until they talk, in which case they sound
until
like
he talks,
me.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons, I could never pass for this shit
though,
because I have the voice of a demon.
Yeah, one of the things that's so insane about some of the stuff he's going to say here is that these drugs are not being banned. Things like Lupron Depot, estrogen, and testosterone are not being banned to everybody in the UK. They're being banned under very specific circumstances, which is that, look, if you have because there are really significant diseases for which testosterone, estrogen, things like Lupron Depot are used to treat, such as my own disease, right? Not that my disease was like life-threatening, but my quality of life improved 10,000% after I took Lupron Depot and wasn't in constant pain when I was much younger. So I'm not saying to ban Lupron Depot, but the only thing that Finster has in mind is about pink pilling the children. The drugs are not being banned unilaterally. It is fucking creepy. And I think why are you so invested in the sexuality and gender identity of children? I start to think, I'm sorry, I'm just starting to think that, like, maybe there's something weird about you, my dude. Just saying.
If you are in the EU or the UK and you are an MD able to prescribe medication to people, send me through an email and I'll
send me through an email so that I can get you in contact with. Do you understand what he's saying here? So I can get you in contact with underage minors to try and get them medication illegally, because it is now illegal in the UK to be able to get them Lupron Depot, which is one of the most, or other similar hormone blockers, which are some of the most insane drugs that will cause you to lose all of your bone mass. And I don't care how many trannies, whatever, yell at me about this. Oh no, it doesn't do anything. Go read the literature on it. I've experienced it myself personally, but you can go read the fucking data on it yourself. I know you don't want to because it hurts and I don't understand. Why do you need access to children so much? And what do you think it is, Spoon? Why do they need access to children so much? Be able to talk to children in private away from their parents.
For reasons I would put them into the ground.
Mm-hmm. But I think speaking more politically, I think the reason why they need to, or why they feel they need to, is because they think that's part of it. I think it's also how, and it's part because they can't have their own kids. This is how we reproduce people of a similar political kind of bent, is by corrupting a child. Kill them all. Oh, by the way, I didn't end up playing Alex Jones crying, because Alex Jones did cry on his stream the other day on InfoWars, because he's been completely fucked by the state. Fuck the U.S. government. But here's fuck the UK government. Actually, the UK government made a rare W for UK government, and Finster is openly saying he's going to try and subvert it. I mean, normally I'd say based, but not when you're trying to get drugs to children. Weirdo.
Forward it to the right people. It was made at 2:58 p.m. and laid before Parliament at 4.
Yeah, because it was
and
obvious.
It was passed. And
Yeah.
so now this becomes a real thing that's actually happening. This isn't just like a bill in America where like, oh, maybe it's going to get voted. No. This
Here, just to point out, Spoon, if you don't know, as was pointed out by Zeno the Stoic in chat, Finster became popular by being a Minecraft streamer. So the main part of their audience are children or very young people. How curious.
This is a real thing that is happening on the 3rd of June. What this dictates is that now it's officially going to be completely illegal for under 18s to have access to gender-affirming care.
No. Unsupervised access. You can't have access to really serious drugs. Why do these people not understand how serious these drugs are? Like, how insane. They don't... And I think... What do you think?
You're asking why ideologically possessed people have no functional knowledge of medicine.
But is it because...
You are asking
True.
and answering your own fucking question.
No, you're right, Spoon. We'll end on this.
I'm always right. It's part of my charm.
I know. Then we'll read the super chats, and we'll head out.
Ban. So, it specifically states in this that even if you're on a private... The NHS won't do it. That was already a thing. But now you can't even have it on a private prescription. This is...
Yeah, for children, dingus.
I would ban it outright for any human being.
The entire time, by the way, all these drugs have been prescribed off-label. Alright? They have never been prescribed on-label because no research has ever been done, and the trans lobbies have never allowed any more research to be done to explain or to investigate any of this. So they have all these puberty blockers, this HRT stuff, has always been prescribed off-label. Come on now. At least the HRT, the puberty blockers, the HRT is more prescribed on label. There's been a little bit of research on that, but the hormone blockers, that has been off label for the last 20 goddamn years, and it's exacerbated in its propensity.
Grace, I have such a burden as well.
Yeah.
In the exceptions paragraph, so like, you can still get these drugs, but only if you're not transgender.
Yeah, as if you have a serious medical issue and not a mental health issue. Yeah, dude, because these are you have no idea how goddamn serious something like Lupron Depot is, because you've never fucking taken it. You freer.
So anyway, a bunch of kids are gonna die, which is really...
Listen to that. Well, if you don't let us fuck with your kids, they're gonna die. I can't believe you said the quiet part out loud. I mean, like, I thought they dropped this, but they hadn't. They're still saying it. If you don't let us give your kids untested medication, well, actually quite tested medication, but not tested on minors, well, then they're gonna just kill themselves. This begs the question, though. Why are the kids gonna kill themselves? Is it because of your propaganda, or is it because of a serious issue? What we've seen in the data is that it usually resolves itself.
It's
But
politics. If you homeschool kids, they would be aware of all this shit.
Yeah. All right.
Because
We'll
it's
head out. Hang on. Let me finish this, and then we'll head out. I think it's hilarious how he's laughing at this. How funny he thinks it is. Apparently.
I don't think anyone really knows what to do about that. And quite frankly, everyone in the group chat for the charity is freaking the fuck out. Because a lot of the people that run these have trans kids.
What a surprise that people who support this all weirdly have trans kids.
Late Kappa, what
So-
did I miss?
There's not really a solution to this. I wish I could come in and say, this is what we're doing about it. But we don't have a fucking idea.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, I hope that that's illustrated some stuff for y'all. That's where we're at. Happy Pride. Anywho, I will read the rest of the super chats and then we're gonna head out. Slosher for 20 says, happy birthday, bird. Oh, thank you, Slosher, so much. Thank you. Woolgreether 5 says, my birthday was yesterday, so my present to myself will be to bully. The best bully is kindness and generosity. Thank you, Woolgreeth.
Oh, hell
Hassa-
no, I strongly disagree with that.
He's being nice.
The best bullying is the one where you call everyone an F-slow who happens to disagree
Yeah,
with you.
in the
and
chat,
who
you can
deserve
say
it
what you think
because they're
about
fucking retards.
Finster. Yeah. Hasselbuffer 5 says 2 minutes seems like a lengthy tirade when you're addicted to TikTok. Oh, talk about the Biden stuff. Yes, 100%.
Oh, that's
Mr.
true.
Twisted, yeah, Mr. Twisted Frenzy for €5 says, this guy's good, but the best comedian I've seen to do an impression of Trump is Shane Gillis. That guy just nails it. Yes, it's very true. Shane Gillis is excellent. On his Trump impression in particular. Hasselbuffer 5 says, he's certainly a lot better than Alec Baldwin, scrunching up his face and squinting on SNL. Yet again, talking about the comedian, 100%. Dulski, Stone, and the Uberlights for 10. Hey, thank you, man. Says Trump would have skated on the charges if he made the whore sign a non-compete agreement. Probably. Or if he made the whore sign a non-compete agreement. Yeah. After all, there's no way Daniels would have screwed Biden, Obama, Clinton, maybe, or any other president. That would have been hilarious. DRT is King for 10 says, happy birthday, Eden. May Bill be sure to change the paper of your cage swiftly and give you many treats to keep your feathers glossy and your chirps happy ones. Rude. Thank you. And for another 5, DRT says, I think the left is operating more on vengeance than logic-based, obviously. It is because the telltale orange man exists that they are made mad by it. Yes, absolutely. Kevin for 5 says, Aiden, look up the code BPD, the episode BPD, Patrick Bet David, did with Patriot Front founder Thomas Rousseau. Oh, yeah. I have watched that before. In that conversation, Patrick behaves like a leftist. Yeah, I'm not... I like Patrick mostly, but yeah, he's not. None of us are perfect, to be fair. Ario Suarez for 5 says. Ario Suarez for 5 says, good evening from New York. How has life treated you both? Kind of weird recently. Deadpool Kid for 2 says everyone
With
lies.
much alcohol.
For you, maybe. I gotta not do that right now. Deadpool Kid for 2 says, everyone lies. Everyone lies. Start measuring their neckties. Interesting. Yeah, true. Deadpool Kid for another 10 says, technocracy, transhumanism, and political environmentalism is an outright opposition to nature and nature's laws against biology, reproduction, etc.
And that
Very
is
true.
why we must need to return
true.
to monkey.
Return to monkey. Lance for 5 says, the 21st century will be the one where the profession of science will be rightfully regarded on the same level as hookers and tax collectors. Well, don't put that evil on me, but I hope so, actually.
Spoon is leaving Las Vegas. Oh my god, I would not do well
Yeah.
in Vegas.
Lance
I would be
for
on
the
the
2.
street corner shouting at all the whores to stop being whores.
Oh, I'm sure. Oh my god, there literally are like whores everywhere on the street. It was crazy when I was out there. Lance for 2 says the most vile people in history were all doctors. Not all of them, but many were, unfortunately. Neon Suspenders for 5 says my government wants me dead. Decorum left the room decades ago. Very true. Read that one. Deadpool Kid for 2 says, remember lads,
feeling is
white boy
mutual.
summer is yours. Let's go. Let's go, white boy summer. Lance for 5 says, science is now nothing more than a tool for evil and an instrument of the devil. How true. Hasahopper for 5 says, let me point out a single example, negligible error, I think he meant, and then try to use that claim that everything Marjorie said was lies. Yeah, exactly. Deadpool Kid for 5 says, Finster's going to make Bubba a very happy boyfriend. He sure is. Common People for £2 says, waiting for a small ooh-woo. I know you won't do it, but I did it, so there you go. Lamented Guy then for 10. Thank you, man. Says, good night, Crown Crew. Great stream today. Thank you guys all so much for showing up.
Will never ever say that phrase ever.
He's never going to say ooh-woo. I do have the AI saying it, but he won't say it himself. Anywho, everybody, I know.
The entire chat wants me to. And just on a point of principle, I like to give the masses the middle finger and say,
I know.
Fuck you.
Anywho.
I will not do as I'm told. As I'm like Rage Against the Machine.
I'm going to be like a
gay.
reporter and say that I heard you say ooh-woo behind the scenes, just like they said Trump said the N-word.
Yeah, but that's just not true.
Guys, I definitely heard Spoo-woon say the ooh-woo word.
If you
Just
say
kidding.
that again, I will end the stream by saying the F word.
Okay, let's not do that. Thank you all so much for watching.
Threats, they work really well.
Great. I will try to get the previous stream fixed to a degree to which I think it could be live, but we said bad things and also there were other stuff. Like Spoon shows him his personal information. I don't even know what you showed on that, to be honest. You just told me to take it down, so I took it down. Anywho.
Nah.
All right. I know. Love y'all, lads. We'll see you all